McClain has tightened that battery into place and is going to stow the crew lock bag.
And Ann, you probably memorized the handrails on the IEA, but you're looking for 5128.
Copy, 5128, and I am there.
2 back on phase 1, going port.
Copy, David.
Take that mile marker again for the green hook.
You're going to find your handrail just underneath the starboard seat of cart. You're looking for 3652, and you'll see Ann's green hook at the handrail just below it.
Thank you.
Casey, remind me, as I stow this bag, can I just put this adjustable and this cap inside the bag?
I think you want to keep the adjustable on the cap. And you can relocate that tether, that adjustable tether, to the handrail next to 5120. I think it's 5124, but we need to keep that adjustable on the cap.
Okay, so the adjustable will stay on the cap. Do I need to move that if I have enough real estate to tag the bag down?
Yeah, you're good, and you don't have to move it. It's just if it was in your way with the bag.
Yep.
And I'm at handrail 3652.
Okay, the bag is on 5128, Tracy, with an adjustable.
Okay, copy. And let's see. Once he gets there, you guys are going to be working on the AP cable. We've got you in the procedures working on that together before you get into the APFR, so you might want to get into position.
Okay, and so that AP cable is the one that's attached to this 5128. I believe we're going to be removing this cap and the cap on the AP. Is that correct?
Yeah, and you can do both of those if you'd like.
Okay. And so just to clarify, TC, I can take the cap off of the cable right now?
Yes, you can take the cap off of both the cable and the adapter plate.
Okay, and the AET and the cap that's on the cable is going back in the crew lock bag, is that correct?
The AET with both of the caps will go back into the crew lock bag.
Copy, okay. Actually, that'll save me, so I'm going to pick up this AET and the cap that's on the table. I'm going to put it on my mini workstation.
And TC, 82, I have my green hook. Vehicles black on black on 3652. Both reels are unlocked.
Good work, David. Copy. All right, translate port. Make sure your gauntlets are in place before you cross the Sarge. And once you're there, I can give you some vectors in terms of handrails, but you're going to go quite nadir on the Sarge before you cross the struts.
Saint-Jacques now moving on his way to the P4 truss to join Ann McClain.
Continue on phase 1 and then go aft once on the IEA. That's okay.
We're good with that plan.
The astronauts will work together to move the adapter plate. The adapter plate completes the circuit between the lithium-ion batteries to close that circuit and power those up. The adapter plate doesn't have a robotics interface, and so the crew has to move it and stack it on top of the adapter plate in slot 2.
I think the start gauntlet in place.
Copy.
All right, the cap is removed from the cable.
Copy, Ann.
And it is on an AET on my mini workstation.
McClain is removing the adapter plate connector cable and will restow it into launch configuration since that adapter plate is no longer being used.
And David, I'm going to read a caution to you, even though I don't think you're going to be close to the P4 radiator, but avoid kick loads and inadvertent contact with it.
Copy. Reminder.
And David, where are you at? Oh, you're right there.
I'm just next to you now.
Greetings. All right, so with the AT, if our tethers are going to stay clear, I'd like to translate back around where you just came from.
Okay, I'm going out of your way.
And watch your right foot. All right, so if I come this way, can you see how my tether's coming? You'll be all right if I skip over you? Okay.
I'm hanging on tight here.
Okay, so I did the bag, I got the cap off of the cable.
Okay.
So the next thing is going to be that J4 cap.
Mm-hmm.
And having that cable to connect.
Yep.
I'm going to go get some AT on that ATFR and move it.
Okay. I'm going to put the trail lead here on handrail 5114. That's out of trouble.
Okay. And I'm going to need your hand for a sec because this is not going in the right direction. See where my tether packs are?
Yeah.
You see where my tether packs are?
Look better. And,
I think it's, I might just need to turn around.
yeah. They are, yeah, you need to do one turn the other way. But if you can also, yeah, if you point your legs at me, we'll probably swing out.
Oh, did you pull those?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
You arrived just when I could
on it. See.
Hold on.
Just one leg. Leg. There we go.
Perfect, thanks.
And David, do I understand you're going to put an adjustable fair lead on handrail 5114?
On handrail 5114, yeah. If you concur.
That's a good plan.
The Richmond tether.
TC, I'm headed to the ATFR. I think you overheard. Get the AET on the ingress aid and then move that to width 10.
Copy, Ann. And before you get into the APFR, or before you do any other work with the APFR, we do have some TA clamps and other work on the AP.
Yeah, the V's are going to work on the app, and then we're going to, I believe we're attaching the cable and then doing those 3 TA clamps.
That's firm.
McClain and Caldwell Dyson discussing the APFR, that's the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint. And McClain will use that to have more stability as they work to remove that adapter plate.
You see if that's all right. I'll work on the APFR while David works on that, and then we can link that visit. All right?
It's a good plan, Ann.
Yeah, I have my rich man on set.
Copy.
Copy, David.
Copy, David.
We're going to work on connecting the cable, right?
We're connecting the cable on those 3 TA clamps.
Yes, David will have you connecting the connector to the adapter plate.
Copy. I have the cable off. I see where it goes.
And David, before you connect it, I want all those typical checks of the connector and the plug. Yeah, and David, you'll see the connector cap on the AP, and you'll just read to that and put on your workstation until you can get back to the crew lock bag.
Okay. Just read to the bail. Okay. Okay. Ron, did you already take the cap from the cable?
I did. I have it on me.
Okay, perfect.
At TC, we got an AET from the ingress aid to a tow loop, and the ingress aid is black on black.
Excellent, thank you. And you're going to be relocating the APFR from with 14 to with 10, a clocking of 1.
The clocking 1.
Connector cap is off and routed to my main workstation.
Copy, David.
Forward. There are no pins, as this is a dummy. Yeah, my bad.
Copy.
Copy. I have a ret to the APFR, and I'll be releasing it from West 14.
Copy, Ann.
Made it. Made it over center.
Excellent. And I see you working on the TA clamps.
On the TA clamps. Works.
And the roll of Foxtrot is set on APFR. And I also see Romeo Romeo, yaw 12, and I believe you said clocking of 1, right?
I did.
McClain has already worked with the battery charge discharge unit today, and as they continue to set up the work site to complete the adapter plate removal, just a recap of what's gone on so far with the robotics operations.
APFR.
So far, 6 lithium-ion batteries have been installed to replace the 12 nickel-hydrogen batteries. However, because one of the lithium-ion batteries was not charging along with the battery charge-discharge unit, it was removed by robotics controllers last week.
Both of you. And you've got to go to ingress the APFR. And David, when you're back in place to assist with the AP, you can give me a glove and half check.
When that lithium-ion battery was confirmed failed during the successful replacement of the battery charge-discharge unit, ground controllers removed that failed battery from the integrated electronics assembly Wednesday morning of last week and installed it on the Japanese HTV external pallet. It will not be returned to Earth for examination. It will burn up upon re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere.
Copy, dry hap, no change on the gloves. David, as you get into position, your next step is going to be to retrieve that PGT and get ready to hand it to Ann, the one with the 9-inch hex.
Okay.
Last week, on Friday night, April 5th, robotics ground controllers continued those battery recovery operations using the station's Canadarm2 and Special Purpose Dexterous Manipulator, or Dexter, to relocate the nickel-hydrogen battery from the Integrated Electronics Assembly Slot 6 to Slot 5, where Ann McClain just tightened that into place. That brings us into our current configuration today, a mix of both nickel-hydrogen and lithium-ion batteries. And that mix of batteries should be sustainable for the foreseeable future, and eventually a replacement nickel-hydrogen battery or a replacement lithium-ion battery will be flown to replace those nickel-hydrogen batteries. Ann McClain is now getting in place in that articulating portable foot restraint. As the astronauts get into configuration for their next task, we are going to take an Ask NASA question. You can submit yours on the internet using that hashtag AskNASA. This one comes from Jeffrey, who wants to know what a spacesuit weighs on Earth. On Earth, a spacesuit weighs, give or take, around 315 pounds, depending on the configuration. Each spacesuit has several different parts to help fit the astronauts as best as possible. But of course, once in space, it weighs virtually nothing.
No, you're too high now. Yeah. Heel and board, and the valve clock. You look good now. Right. Okay.
Nice work, you two. And don't forget to stow the ingress aid and check that your tethers are clear of that pathway for the AP.
I see my tethers are clear. Ingress aid is back. I'll recheck that as we bring the AP out. I'm ready for that PGT, David.
Yep. Yeah. I'm going to go in place to help send the AP.
Hey, if Ann, you could give us a glove and hap check real quick. I know you got PGT in your hand.
Okay. No worries. Right glove, no change. Left glove, no change to the structure. I do have, you probably see it on my WVS, some of that same black pink stuff that we had last time.
Yeah, we can see it. Just as a black mark.
And I'm just here next to your right shoulder.
And half is dry.
Copy, Ann. You ready for your settings? Oh, wait, let's get a ret on that AP, and we have you, Ann, going to the tether point on the heater mat. And remember, that's a specific orientation for the ret on that spot.
Copy that.
And McClain will use the pistol grip tool to release 2 bolts and free the adapter plate. She'll then transfer that adapter plate to David Saint-Jacques, and he'll tether that to keep it close by.
Hang on to that real quick. Yep. Thanks.
David, while she's doing that, you want to check the PGT settings for her?
Okay. I already called it and got Bravo 2 in there.
Okay. Yeah, Bravo 2 counterclockwise too.
Bravo 2, counter 2.
All right, you see I am redded, and the red is locked out, so it's not imparting any force.
Like you did this before. Yes. All right. Once you get that PGT, you're going to install into H1. Confirm 1 line flush and 8 turns.
Copy. Copy. H1. I have 1 line flush on H1. I'm ready to drive.
Copy. Expect 8 turns.
Driving. Okay, at about 6.5 turns, it started kind of jumping like it was fully released.
Copy. See. And Ann, was it 6.5 or did you drive to 8?
Drove extra, so it started skipping. The first skip was at 6.5, and I just drove just past 8.
Okay, copy. 7 seconds to hand over, get in position for H2.
Copy.
McClain and Tracy Caldwell Dyson confirming that the first of those bolts on the adapter plate has been released. Space station is now in a handover period between satellites, and McClain will take a moment to prepare for the second bolt to be released.
Actually, you know what? I'll just lean back.
All right, guys, I got you back on voice only at the moment. How are we looking, Ann, on H2? We're looking for 1 line flush.
Yep, we're working on it right now. There we go. I got 1 line flush on H2. I have Bravo 2 and a clockwise 2 set.
It's a good config. You're looking.
Yeah, it's locked out.
All right, you're looking for about 19 turns.
Work. It got turned off, so I'm just redoing the cal real quick.
Copy.
This is a view from Ann McClain's helmet as she uses the pistol grip tool with a hex driver attached to release the second bolt on the adapter plate.
And did the PGT power off? Is that why you got to redo the cal?
All right, Cal. It did get powered off. It might have been me when I was flipping the, checking the settings, but it did go off. It did the auto off. But we have a good Cal, good LED test. And Bracken, Bravo 2, Honor 2.
All right, good settings.
I'm going to reinsert on H2.
All right, looking for one line flush.
Okay. I have one line flush on H2.
Copy, 19 turns.
Works. If you wouldn't mind putting a hand on it, I could already feel starting short building. 5 turns. Get it. A little bit. There we go. Now it feels good. See it coming out. Okay, I got the skip right at 18. I believe we are released.
That's the
Out of here.
Okay, and I copy 18 turns.
And
the AP is released. And David, why don't I hold it while you get in a good position
I'll go
for the handoff?
I'll move to the other side.
Sounds good. I've got the PGT in the other hand to give you the...
Okay, so you guys are transferring the PGT back to David, and I'm looking in the camera. It looks like you guys put one ret on the tether loop to the handle. Is that going to David, or is that you, Ann?
That's to me. So we'll do a ret swap when I hand it off.
Okay. You guys are going to rotate the AP 180 from the position it's in there in slot 6, so just keep that in mind with the rets and being able to release those.
Copy, will do.
Caldwell Dyson just mentioned the RET, that's the retractable equipment tether. Astronauts wear several tethers, both for the safety of themselves and also so they can keep their equipment close by when not in use.
Probably pretty good. Here's the PGT. I'm going to let it send back to the bag.
What? Yeah. That's fine. I put a BRT down.
Okay.
BRT to 5128.
Okay. And let me know when you have a red out, and I'll get this AC out.
Yep.
NASA astronaut Anne McClain is now removing that adapter plate. She will transfer that over to David Saint-Jacques.
And
To the BRT.
And we had you guys both reading to the AP, and it'll be your call if you both can fit a ret on that tether loop on the handrail.
Confirm, yes, we should be able to.
Excellent.
All right.
Draft effect. Yeah, there you go.
Before you grab it, I'm holding it for it, and I think you get a good visual on it. Action.
Yep. You move in a better place. Good tag view. No fog, no bent pin. All good.
I'm going to turn it, the handrail facing you.
Okay, guys, I copied the good checks on the AP interfaces.
Yeah, 2 reps on it now.
Yes. No
I'm
pulse
going to
back.
put my DRT down, and then I can 2 hands.
No problem. Watch your feet.
I'm ready. And off.
Okay, coming your way.
How are you?
You have it.
And sorry to keep pestering you two, but is the red going to both of you or just to David now?
Just about it.
Copy.
And I'm out of the APFR. Move it to West 14, and I think I need to roll it to kilo. Is that correct?
Yes, all the settings are the same, including the clocking, except kilo, the roll.
Okay.
And David, you're in a good position to rotate the AP, or have you already done that?
It needs to go plug house inboard, and that's the way it is.
Yes, electrical connectors will be pointed inboard.
Have I read on APFR?
Copy.
McClain is now moving that APFR, articulating portable foot restraint, into the next position where she will use it to tighten the adapter plate, which is connected to the top of another adapter plate, storing it for potential future use. As the astronauts prepare to install the adapter plate in slot 2, we are going to take another Ask NASA question. You could submit yours using the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter. Augusta wants to know what the astronauts do if they have an itch. It's a good question. There's actually a small bar of a foam on the inside of their helmet where they can scratch their nose or itch their nose or even lean in and use that to pop any pressure differences that's in their ears. It's called the Valsalva.
Clocking a kilo is set. Correction roll, sorry.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Clocking of 1 on inward. All right, the APFR is in with 14, the clocking of 1. Black on black. Ballistic pulse test.
Copy. And you said the roll was back in kilo, Romeo, kilo 12 it said. And then check your ingress aid is black on black.
Copy, I will check that when I get to that side.
Guys, we got 20 seconds to a 20-second LOS, and I know you're working on getting in the APFR. I'd like you to also inspect the receptacles in slot 2.
Okay. Ingress aid is black on black if you're still with me, Tracy.
Copy.
All right, how you doing, David?
Good. Keep in reach. All right.
I'm back with you guys on voice only.
With you, Tracy. I'm in the APFR. See the receptacles. Pin EMI band looks intact.
Okay, and make sure your ingress aid is stowed, your tethers are clear.
Okay, tethers are clear, and I think you might have been in the handover what I called the it is black on black.
I did get it, thank you. All right, and you've inspected the receptacles there, slot 2. It looks like you've got it in place. Nice work.
Please, yes, tethers are clear, and I'm ready to take it from you, David.
Guys, you got 2 minutes to a night pass.
Okay, thanks.
If I caught on the cable on the trunnion. Yeah, move those cables away. Caught. There you go. Free.
There we go. Yeah.
Are we at the strobe? You're going to...
Yeah. Yeah, let me get one of mine on there.
I can move now. I don't need to bear too much.
I'm going to release you right back to you, David.
Okay. I'm going to get the TTT.
Copy. All right, your rep's coming back.
Got it?
All right, and you can... All the tethers are clear from what I can tell.
Good.
And let's get this cable. Cable will have to run on top of these connectors.
Okay, PTT stable, good.
Yes.
Like an clear?
I think like that, yes. Yeah, can you see what it looks like down there?
Yeah, no, it's clear, yeah.
And
You can plug it toward your knee.
Okay,
it's just a reminder to lock out your RET.
okay, thanks.
As you can see, the space station is now entering an orbital nighttime over the east of China.
That is stop that. Play on the H1 side. Alright, ready for that PTT.
And you're going to start at the H2 bolt.
Copy.
McClain and Saint-Jacques hands over the pistol grip tool to NASA astronaut Anne McClain.
And Tracy, I have Alpha 7 clockwise 2 set.
You got it. Confirm one line flush.
She's tightening 2 bolts to secure the adapter plate on top of the adapter plate currently in slot 2. Once a new lithium-ion battery is launched to the space station, this adapter plate will be used to close the circuit and charge the batteries.
Driving 16 to 17 turns, and I'll take all your calls.
The 17 turns, ready to be? Alright, ready. Alright, we have a caller error. That was my fault. I got you bumped it. Can you drive again?
Ready? It's driving.
Yeah, I see it's down.
True.
8 turns, and it is moving in. All right, Tracy, we got a green light, 9.4 torque after 16.4 turns.
Copy, Ann. Good numbers. Ready for H1?
Copy? Ready for H1? On H1. Need that down if you don't mind.
And you know it's same settings, Alpha 7 clockwise 2.
I have Alpha 7 clockwise 2, lines visible, 1 line flush on H1.
Nice call. Drive 4.5 to 6 turns and report your numbers.
Good work. Okay, we've got 6 turns, 9.1 torque, live.
And repeat the turns. I think you said 6.
Affirmative.
All right. Nice job. You guys can release your RET. And Ann, if you've not already, transfer the PGT back to David.
PGT is pivot back to the bag. Can you reach that by any chance?
And while you two are in close proximity, and do you want to transfer the cap that you removed with the adjustable to David so he can put it in the bag?
That is a great idea.
Good idea, yeah.
And just
for this whole adjustable, so I can just clip it onto your head.
Yeah, confirm for me that you have also the adjustable that was connected to that cap and then the handrail, right?
That's correct, yep. And I'm transferring both the cap and the adjustable is now on David.
Both on my main workstation.
Excellent. Okay, in big picture, I think you both know, but Ann, you're going to be working on APFR, and David, you're going to be doing a socket swap on the PGT and doing a cleanup and inventory of the bag.
The adapter plate is now in place, and the astronauts can begin cleaning up their work site. Before moving on to the next work site, the astronauts will perform inventory of the tools that they're using today.
Just so you guys know, I can see you in your WVS trying to follow along, but we're in the dark, so if you guys want to make any calls just to make sure I'm in sync with you, I don't mind.
Okay, I'm just working on getting the for it. Good. To Tango Delta 1 and low profile.
Copy.
And then a BRT for stabilization.
We've got another Ask NASA question from Ninja Turtle. He wants to know how many times the astronauts will orbit the Earth during the spacewalk. The space station moves at about 17,000 miles per hour, so it orbits the Earth once every 90 minutes. So if this spacewalk lasts about 6.5 hours, could go longer or even shorter, the astronauts will rotate the Earth just over 4 times.
EV2 socket swap complete. Good full test.
Copy, David. You're going to put that PGT on your swing arm using the external ret from the crew lock bag.
Okay.
We have another question from Tom, who wants to know if the battery won't be repaired or sent back, what will happen to it? It's currently on the exposed pallet on the Japanese HTV-7 vehicle. That vehicle does return to Earth and burns up in the Earth's atmosphere. So it might look like a shooting star, but we probably wouldn't get a view of that from Earth.
David, can you just confirm for me that you also did a pull test on the 2-inch that you put on the PGT?
Yes, the pull test on the 9-inch on the starboard caddy and on the 2-inch that's now on the PGT.
Excellent. Thank you.
See, I have Tango Delta 1 set on the APFR, and my BRT that's on it. I'm going to pull it out and get on my BRT.
Copy, Ann.
At just over 1 hour and 20 minutes into the spacewalk, the astronauts are wrapping up the first of today's tasks.
Affirmative.
Okay, I'll be looking for a glove and hat check from you when you're ready.
Okay.
And before you leave that spot, we would also like you to check slot 6 and look at the receptacles there and make sure you see no FOD or anything anomalous there.
Okay, so that's when we took the AP out of. I checked for FOD, and I checked the receptacles. I also got about 10 or 20 photos of the receptacles and the cooling grid.
All right, you rock. Thank you.
We go on, David.
Yeah, I just I'm short on rest, so I have to do a bit of a triangular dance there. Get in there.
Copy.
As they wrap up this first task, so far they've worked on the battery channels, just as the last two spacewalks have.
And David, just so it's clear, the RET series that you had to the PGT that you had attached to the bag, we intended for you to break that apart, and one of the RETs would go to the PGT and be stowed on your swing arm, and the other RET would be to the cap that you guys removed from the...
I agree, but I need one free RET to break that. So I've just generated that by getting an adjustable, and I'll recuperate my adjustable later.
While on the P4 truss, the astronauts were working on the integrated electronics assembly. NASA astronaut Anne McClain completed the installation of a battery charge discharge unit by installing one bolt to tighten and secure it to the station, as well as a battery in slot 5. The team moved to demate and then mate an adapter plate from its original slot on top of another adapter plate, where it can then be removed for future use with a lithium-ion battery once delivered to space station. There's not currently a date set for that, but we do have some on Earth ready to go.
I feel it is still attached.
I'll get to you next.
Okay.
And Anne, I may have missed it, but glove and hat check after you're done with the photos.
Only change on the back of the right glove, some of the white MLI is ripped off, and there's a metallic that's showing right at the middle knuckle. The left glove has no change. Actually, my left glove does have a change. On the just below the index fingers, where I had the RTB pulled up before, the RTB that is at the base of my finger on the palm side is also now pulled up with a little crack. The Vectran appears unaffected. You see that in my WBS.
Okay, copy that. And we're talking about your right glove. Did you give me your hat?
I have.
Copy.
DC, I'll be ready for the inventory when you're available.
I'm available.
Right. Inside the crew log bag, I have a caddy with a 16 9-inch rigid hex driver, an adjustable with a plug cap, and a ret, a cable cap, cables, and an integral, a ratchet wrench with a palm wheel, and a 2-inch on an integral, and a pin puller on an integral. That's for the inside.
Copy all. David, verify for me the socket caddy is on a ret.
Socket caddy is on an integral. Check. On a ret, sorry.
Okay, yeah.
On a ret. On a ret. On a ret, yeah.
Got it.
So that's it for the inside. Outside is a long wire tie. That's to an eyelet. And adjustable.
All right, David, that's a good inventory. Thank you. All right, from you, once you get to your crew lock bag on your BRT, I'll take a glove and hap check.
Saint-Jacques just took some inventory of the contents of the crew lock bag, and both astronauts have performed a glove and hap check. That's HAP, which stands for helmet absorption pad. Astronauts regularly check their gloves for any damage during the spacewalk. And the helmet absorption pad, the astronauts check to ensure nothing inside of the spacesuit is leaking and it remains dry.
Tracy, for your essay, I moved my cooling from 5 to 3.5.
Thank you.
And Tracy, I have the cooler bag on my BRT.
Nice work, David. Okay, when you're ready, I'll take a glove and hap check, and then I'd also like you to roll in your TCV and let me know what that setting is.
I have no change on the gloves. And the temperature, that's 5. Move it down to 4.
Okay. David, I copy. Good glove and hap check. Your change in TCB setting. And for you, and back to your right glove, we would like for you to describe again what you're seeing on the back of your right glove.
Here, they have the 3 vertical seams that go from the finger crotches down to where the flat the palm bars is, and where the intersection of the seam that's in between the middle finger and the ring finger comes kind of down toward that flap, right at that intersection. It's just kind of rubbed off, and I can see white material rubbed off, and then the next layer looks like an aluminum foil type.
Okay, and we copy. That was
no more than about 2 millimeters.
Copy, and I think you're saying 2 millimeters. That's a good description.
Copy.
Okay, it looks like you guys are all ready to head back inboard. David, check for me your fare leads that you set.
Yes, I need to retrieve my fare lead.
Okay, once you have done that, we're going to have you lead back, so you have a go to translate. And then both of you just do a real nice sweep of the work site just to make sure all tethers are with you and not at the IEA. And then we'll have David head out first, picking up his fare lead.
No, wait.
Yeah. I don't know if it's going to get snagged, but that wire tie that the PG was on is kind of hanging out.
Sure.
Wire tie from the PGT on the side of the crew bag.
Okay. And maybe I could put it inside the cooler bag.
The astronauts are leaving the first work site after completing the first task, removing that adapter plate 6 and stacking it on top of the adapter plate 2. This leaves the integrated electronics assembly in a good configuration, and the nickel hydrogen batteries, which will replace the failed lithium ion battery, will be robotically moved later this week. The astronauts will next make their way to the outside of the U.S. lab to begin cable installation for some additional Ethernet connections outside of the space station.
You see, as I look at my gloves, one small update. At the base of my trigger finger on my left hand, there's actually a little chunk of the RTB missing. A couple millimeters. I don't know if you can see that in my WBS. Again, the Vectran is affected.
Yeah, and we can't see it. I think we'd have to wait for a day pass to get that kind of resolution. But for missing RTV, we're still good.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as you don't have any damage to the underlying Vectran, you're just fine. And guys, I have a request for the area there around slot 6 where you guys just removed the AP. You guys know the solar array blanket box restraints, those structures that swivel back and forth. We'd like, yeah, if you could, can you stand those up a little bit so they're more vertical and kind of out of the envelope?
Yep, the big order is with your right hand. And you want them out of the slot 6 envelope? Or 5 envelope, rather?
As much as you can in between, kind of out of the envelope of the PFCS and the slot 5.
Man, I might need your assessment on my safety tether.
I'm on my way. What you got?
It's coming from my shoulder.
Okay. That's it. Got my local.
And David, I know you're working on your fair lead there. Just want to let you both know you're still looking really good on the timeline.
Actually, fairly is retrieved.
Kind of roll over to your left.
Yep, that is. Yeah, well, thank you. So EV2 ready to depart the work site, unless you have more tasks you want me to do.
If you guys like how you left the place, then we are go for you to translate inboard with David leading, and you're going to head to the starboard seat cart. David, that'll be your first step once you make it back on the forward face, and you'll be picking up your green hook.
Copy.
All right, let me get out of your way, David. Tracy, I adjusted those tabs so they're up as vertical as I can get them.
We appreciate it, Ann. Thank you.
for us here.
Okay. Get out of your way.
Hey guys, in 5 minutes you have the sunlight to look forward to. Just a heads up.
Okay. Thanks.
2 is inboard of the Sarge.
Copy, David.
All right, my safety tethers are right there.
You got it. That's it. Thank you.
You are clear.
AV2's on space 1.
Going behind them. Gauntlets are covered from the Sarge.
And Ann, I think you know your first stop is going to be at the port seated cart, and we'll have you release the brake handle on the inboard side.
Copy. I'm inboard of the Sarge.
Copy.
You under the seat of perks. AV2 at my green hook location. Leaving.
Copy, David. And Ann, you'll be pressing that brake release twice to a hard stop on the port inboard seat cart.
Okay. I gave it an extra one. It's 3 to a hard stop on the inboard brake.
Overachiever. Okay, Ann, and David's there picking up his green hook.
Green hook. Okay. I'll kind of hold on the port side. Actually, I can drop the APFR.
Yeah, and you know which whiff?
5.
You're
Green
good.
hook retrieve. The fields are unlocked.
Copy, David, and you're going to head to the mile marker 7860 to drop off the crew lock bag for Ann.
860.
Hey, Ann, how does the underneath of that MT look?
In what sense?
Does it look like anything like you see in the pool?
It is. You know, the cables are a little more better behaved up here. They tucked in nicely.
I think there's a whole class of ASCANs relieved to hear that.
And I have yet to run into pool structure up here.
But there's no friendly divers to help.
That's the downside.
And the famous words from Doug Wheelock is that it's all the same as the pool except for that big blue planet.
All right, I'm going to leave my green hook while I drop the APFR.
Good plan, Ann. And you know this is any clocking.
See the first?
Data clocking.
Again, the mile marker for the bug drop.
7860. It's just above that port strut.
Port strut.
Your Capcoms for today, standing up is Tracy Caldwell Dyson, and seated.
7, which keeps the boot plate over the feeder cart. I have a good pull and twist test.
Copy that, Ann. And we'd like it also in Tango Tango Delta 1.
Tango Tango Delta 1 set.
At the bottom of your screen is NASA astronaut Doug Wheelock.
I think you're done with that APFR. You just have your green hook. I want you to hit the brake pedal there on the starboard outboard side.
Starboard outboard, copy.
And Ann, did you grab your adjustable off the ingress aid?
Not yet. Good reminder.
Both Caldwell Dyson and Wheelock have actually performed 3 spacewalks together. That was in August of 2010, fixing a failed fuel pump.
And while you're there, you can give us a black-on-black call on the ingress aid.
Good thing. I see the ingress aid is black on black.
Copy.
True at bag 1, pinch code at the mile marker 7860.
Okay, David, we copy. You got the crew log bag at the mile marker, and we're not seeing WVS, so check your button.
All right, not green. UVS will not come on. I'm pushing the button, but the LED does not turn green.
Okay, we copied, David. Hey, David, try it one more time and just make sure that your finger is right in the center of the button.
Sure. I see in my mirror that the button is depressing about a quarter inch as I push. Again.
Yeah, try it one more time.
TC, I've got my adjustable now. Thanks for that reminder.
No choice, TC.
You bet. Okay.
Green LED.
Okay, copy both of you. Got your adjustable and you've got the brake pedal on the.
Yes.
Okay. And then David, we copy. Tried the button twice.
3 times.
Well, David, the good news is that we can see you in one of the station cameras, so we got an eye on you.
Right, with the crew back temps to make my way to the next site.
Yes, and with that, I know, Ann, you're still working on the CETA cart and getting your green hook, but this is where I'm going to hand over the mic to Jeanette, and it's been a real pleasure. You guys are doing a great job. You're doing well on the timeline, and we'll be watching.
Thanks for everything, Tracy. Great working with you this morning.
Thank you, DC. It was nice. Always nice to work with you.
Thanks, guys.
And good morning, Ann and David. This is Jeanette. It's like your second team in the pool.
Has it already been 2 hours?
Exactly. So for you, David, you're going to go out to the Lab MMOD Shield, the Charlie 201 worksite, and you're going to get there by going later on the Port Lab strap and then forward.
No, wait.
And Jeanette, I released the CETA brake twice.
Copy that, Ann. You've released the CETA brakes, and you're going to pick up your green.
Team's doing a little bit of troubleshooting on David Saint-Jacques' wireless video system, that's WVS, or his helmet camera, to see if they can get that to reconnect. Meanwhile, McClain is working on the CETA cart, that's CETA, Crew and Equipment Translation Aid.
Go to handrail 0259 and take that gap spanner across.
Copy. I'm on the gap spanner as we speak.
Copy, David.
Then I have my green hook. It's reattached to my crew rail.
Copy, Ann. Now you're going to translate to the lab handrail 0251, and that's forward on the port lab strut. Forward of the port lab strut.
Copy.
And as you saw, NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps took over the
0288.
ground IV position, so now she's communicating tasks with the astronauts.
Bag load, and you're going to use the wire tie to restrain it open.
Copy.
Okay, and before you translate out, can we ask you to hit the CETA brakes one more time?
On my way back.
Thanks, Ann.
The port side of it or the starboard side? I hit the starboard side a couple times. Let me just get this, or I hit the port side, let me just hit the starboard side.
And we need the starboard side.
Complete.
Copy, we saw that. Thanks, Ann.
Jeanette, the lid is open and we're tied.
Copy that, David. And you can go ahead and grab the long T-handle tool with the adjustable and red and stow it on your mini workstation.
Work.
Jeanette, I think I'm stopping here to do a rich man's, is that right?
Copy that. You're going to install a rich man's air lead.
Jeanette, I have the long T-handle tool and the adjustable on my mirror station using the red that was in the bag.
Okay, copy that, David. You're going to wait till Ann gets to the work site, so stand by. Hey, David, we're looking at some data on the ground, and we have a question for you. Are you using your glove heaters, or have you noticed them turning on and off?
I'm not using them, and they're currently off with us both.
Okay, copy that, David. We think that there may be a connection issue with the Reba battery.
Okay.
Okay, I have a rich man's installed at the islet at mile marker 7860, Jeanette.
Copy that, mile marker 7860 for the Fairlead.
Confirm.
Okay, and as you know, you're heading out to the work site. You'll head down the port lab struts and go forward from there.
All right, I'm at 251.
Copy.
I think I take this gap spanner to the left.
That's affirmative.
All right, so I'm not behind you, David.
Okay, and as you're heading out to the work site, you're heading nadir. I have one reminder warning to avoid inadvertent contact with the SSRMS Lee on the lab PGDF. It'll be near your feet.
I see. Thank you. All right, I'm at 286.
Move. I'll go further forward.
Copy. And you want me to keep going around this gap spanner to 205, right?
That's affirmative. You're going to drop your green hook in on the lab handrail 0205 or a better location if you have it.
Okay.
And David, one, go back if you have it.
204.
Say again, Ann?
Say again?
I'm going to drop on 204.
Copy. Your green hook is on 0204. And David, for you, if you haven't already, you can drop your green hook on lab handrail 0268 if you need.
268. On the end cone. We'll do that.
And for you, Ann, next you're going to go to the EWIS antenna. And I have a caution and a warning reminders for you. First, do not use the EWIS antenna as a handhold. And second, there's an EWC antenna boom on the nadir side. It can be a whipping impact hazard if deflected.
Okay. And my green hook is on 204. And I just did that so I didn't have to stop. I could potentially come in contact with the arm.
Copy that. And I see that you're near the EWIS antenna, and what you're going to do there is you're going to demate the P1 from the EWIS antenna 11J1.
I am still making my way for 204. I'll be there in just a sec.
Maybe two green hook on 0268.
Copy Dalit and copy Ann.
What's real on lot?
All right, now I'm right next to you. Anna?
Saint-Jacques and McClain are now at the U.S. lab and are working to get under the MMOD shield. That's the Micrometeoroid Orbital Debris Shield. They'll be demating and mating some cables to provide additional Ethernet to the International Space Station.
This antenna that's on handrail 298. I see the J1 connector. Am I good to disconnect that?
That's affirmative. You're go to disconnect the P1 from the J1.
P1 from J1 is disconnected.
Copy. Could you give me the calls for the FOD, pins, and EMI band?
Just looking at it right now. I see no FOD, get pin, and my band is intact.
Okay, copy. Good calls. And if you can temp stow the cable away from the MMOD shield.
McClain has demated the first cable. This was only necessary to access the work site and will be remated afterward.
And once that's completed, if you need to, you can loosen or remove the gap spanner.
Let's see.
I've loosened it a bit.
I think we're going to need to,
But this one, she means by your actual. I've loosened it a bit.
Okay, yep. Actually kind of nice as a handhold. You leave it there.
Okay.
Okay, Jeanette, we are ready for the next step, which I think is all tethers.
Okay, copy that. And before you do that, can you check your WVS? We've lost your signal as well as David's now.
Okay, my green light's on.
Copy, your green light's on.
Yeah. And the green light's definitely not coming on.
A good look at the micrometeoroid orbital debris shield from Ann McClain's helmet camera.
Okay, and we now have your WVS signal, and we still do not have David's, but we're going to continue.
Copy.
Okay, next, David, if you can hand Ann the long T-handle tool with the adjustable and Rhett. And you're going to install that T-handle tool on the center hex socket of the MMOD shield.
Copy. Z can pop it in. There we go.
Okay, it's in. We'll have good pull test.
Copy, good pull test. And Ann, can you verify that you have a Rhett from your mini workstation to the T-handle tool?
There's one from David's mini workstation to the T-handle tool.
Copy, it's on David's mini workstation.
That's correct.
Then, Ann, you can take the free hook of the adjustable on the T-handle tool and secure it to handrail 0364 on node 2.
Okay, it doesn't quite reach yet.
Copy.
Even maxed out, it's a few inches short.
Copy and stand by.
Copy.
Maybe if we clock it differently? Help?
I don't think so.
Really,
It's, we're about pretty short.
The astronauts use that T-handle tool just installed into the micrometeoroid orbital debris shield to help remove the shield and also tether it. It can kind of be thought of like a hold point.
Okay, and we see that the adjustable doesn't reach to node 2, so what you can do is leave the long T-handle tool connected to David, the Rhett connected to David, and then once you get the shield partially open, you should likely be able to reach to that handrail.
Understand. And I've got my BRT on node 2 364 and my end effector on lab 267.
Okay, copy that. So next, Ann, we'd like for you to release the hooks of the long-duration tie-down tethers, the nadir hooks on 0298, and temp stow them on 0279.
Copy.
Those ends to me.
Again?
It's a handrail here.
279, yeah, that's... Jeanette, you said the handrail is 298 or 297 or 279?
0279, and 0279.
Release 279, copy.
Release 279?
You're going to release from handrail 0298, and then temp stow the hooks on 0279.
Got it, okay.
We need some slack.
I'll get these released, and then I'll hand them to you.
We need some slack? Need slack?
Yeah, we're going to need slack.
Okay. Work on that.
I'll get the other one.
Just over 2 hours into today's spacewalk, and the astronauts are releasing some long-duration tie-down tethers that help keep the MMOD shield in place. They're going to lift the shield and mate some cables underneath.
Get some slack. Got enough slack?
Yes. Release.
Got it?
All right, and the other one's released now, too. Okay, both those long-duration tie-down tethers are released, and David is connecting them to 279.
Copy that, Ann. So next you can grab the short T-handle tool from your mini workstation.
Work?
See both long duration time tethers. Good.
All right, I have the short T-handle tool.
And David, one item, can you verify that you're closing the MLI over the buckle as you temp stow the long duration tie downs?
I did, but it's not to close the whole the wire tie. The MLI is closed over the buckle.
Copy that, David. That's a good config. And what you're doing with that short T-handle tool, you're going to verify that the center and nadir Zeus fasteners are released. And you can use the T-handle tool to verify that the Zeus marks are aligned with the L in the lock, the word lock on the shield.
The center one is in line with the L.
Copy that.
And later one, also in line with the L.
Copy, center and nadir Zeus fasteners are aligned with the L. So you're going to BRT to that handrail that you were connected to earlier on 0364, and your mini workstation end effector to the lab 0267. And while you're doing that, I have a reminder caution and warning for you. First, the caution, be sure not to put significant force into the shield because of the stuck fastener. Moderate force can deform the shield and the tab, which could prevent reinstallation. And then the warning is that just a reminder that the Zeus fastener tings could have sharp edges.
Okay. All right, I think I am all connected. Okay, I am BRT'd and affected.
Okay, and I see that you're BRT'd. Now you can go ahead and try to attach that adjustable to the node 2 handrail 0364.
It'll come up and out. Looks like this one's still caught.
Yeah, feels like it, huh? Look under.
And that's not allowing it to come up right here.
Wriggling it. Got it.
Okay, and we see that the center Zeus fastener may be a little stuck. So if you can grab the T-handle tool again and try to rotate the Zeus fastener counterclockwise as far as it can go. If it goes a little past the L, that's fine.
Okay. And David's got that tool in his hand. He's working that.
Counterclockwise as far as it can go. Okay. And then clockwise to the line. Okay.
Seem like I got it?
Okay. The DRT as well.
Okay.
Zip it back here.
Yep. Doesn't seem like that's released.
Yep. Let's see if I can have a look underneath.
Astronauts are troubleshooting a fastener that is stuck in place and prohibiting the release of that MMOD shield.
Released.
Okay.
Not released.
Okay.
Okay, David and Ann, can you tell me if you see any motion relative to the structure in the center Zeus fastener?
So we think that the center Zeus fastener is still connected.
Copy that. Center fastener is still connected.
This view from McClain's helmet camera shows her using that T-handle tool to try and release the stuck Zeus fastener.
It's catching there.
Look underneath, you can see where it's mated.
Here. Well, I've moved this. You want to try clocking it?
Okay. Over here. You know?
There's definitely a connection between that center Zeus fastener and structure.
Yeah, you can see on the bottom, underneath, there's like a little sandwich of plates and metal.
So we're going to see if we can turn it while I kind of wiggle it. I can actually get out of this way a little more.
A little bit of each other's way.
Yep. Hold on, let me back up. I can just pull this.
Keep constant tension and
And what we're doing is I'm cycling force up on the panel a little bit. The David is trying different clockings of the Zeus fastener, and it's pretty stuck.
We copy all in, and we see the hard work that you're putting in. Stand by, we're talking on the ground.
Is it any better when it's tunnel to the lock, to the all of lock?
Okay, and we see that the Zeus fastener is really stuck, so what we'd like for David to do is go ahead and grab the pry bar and use the small trash bag to cover the Zeus fastener as you pry it open to catch any pieces. And as long as you can cover the area properly, we're good with that on the ground.
Okay.
I need to want to do a square swap on the long T handle.
Sure.
Ground teams are moving on to the next step of the plan to release that stuck Zeus fastener. David will translate to the IDA bag, that's the International Docking Adapter bag, and retrieve the pry bar. The astronauts will use that to hopefully free the micrometeor orbital debris shield so they can access the work site underneath.
You want to grab the pry bar? I'll get my little trash bag ready.
Good. Thank you.
We copy that, Ann?
Oh, this might be splayed because I can see from the side that the metal is through the plate and it is not connected to the wire. It might just be slightly splayed.
Maybe just with force will.
Yeah.
Copy all, Ann. You were reading our mind. Thanks for the info.
All right, come my trash back here.
Okay, and David, we're in the crib sheet, so I'm going to read the steps to you as you perform. You grab the pry bar, and I see the trash bag is in place. So first, you want to verify that the Zeus fastener is turned counterclockwise to a hard stop.
Can work. And I don't know if it's going to hit a hard stop, Jeanette, because it's just free floating above that wire. Get a good angle, and you got your way.
Okay, and we copy that. If you can just align the markup with the L.
It is about 10 degrees counterclockwise at the L.
Yeah, past the L.
Okay, and that's good. So you're going to place the bag over the failed Zeus fastener. I have one quick caution to read to you. So the short edge of the pry bar can't reach the Zeus fastener. So we're going to use caution in the next few steps that I give to you so as not to bend the MMOD shield. So next, place the short edge of the pry bar between the panel and the bracket of the Zeus fastener. And you're going to rotate it side to side to see if you can break it free.
It works. Under the panel.
In the panel?
Yeah.
Doesn't reach.
And Ann and David, I have one quick warning to read to you as well. So do not touch the backside of the MMOD shield or the handle fastener. The fragments can be sharp. And then the fastener and shield tool interface must be covered to avoid potential projectiles.
Okay. You got it covered with a trash bag.
Just to be clear, you want the shield, the tool under the shield panel or on the top surface?
David, I'm checking. So, David, we like for you to put the pry bar under the panel and then rotate it.
Right, that's where we have it. Between the panel and the bracket.
That's a good callback.
I'm trying to go as far as deeply in as I can. Of course. Movement.
That?
I feel some movement.
Yeah. A little further.
Want to try it from your hand?
Yep. Okay.
All right. Limited by the handrail.
Yeah.
You try the other side from your edge of the handrail?
Sure.
Astronauts are still working with the pry bar now to free a stuck fastener on the micrometeor micrometeoroid orbital debris shield. Once that shield is lifted, the goal is to install a spider cable and mate that underneath the shield.
Not want to move, does it?
No, it does not. Try rotating the juice a little bit.
The T-handle's right here. Kind of maybe do it simul?
Yeah, let's try that. Or we got to keep the bag on when we put force.
Yeah. And gently.
About saying, keep your hand on the tool. Go anywhere.
I just
Try again with my phone.
can, yeah. Seems like you got some movement at the beginning there, but it's hard
We get something, yeah.
You can see the Earth in the background as the astronauts are 257 statute miles above Germany.
Nice.
Got it. And the juice fastener is still kept.
Awesome work, guys. Awesome work.
All right, where were we? I'm going to get my trash bag back on my end of the S here.
I'll go put the pry bar back in the bag.
Okay.
Okay, guys, as you're cleaning that up, can you tell us what method you used to get that panel open?
What were we doing at the end? We had the T-bar playing with the clocking, and the Z has a pry bar kind of cycling force on it.
We're having a handover, 20-second handover.
Astronauts David Saint-Jacques and Anne McClain celebrating with a high five after freeing the stuck Dezus fastener from the micrometeoroid orbital debris shield. We're in a temporary satellite handover. Once we return, they will lift that shield and tether it, and then start removing the multi-layer insulation.
Okay, guys, we're back up with you via voice only right now. Shortly, we'll have video. So if you can give us the method that you use to get that panel open.
It's a combination of wiggling the T-handle tool and to change the clocking. At the same time that you use the pry bar underneath, kind of just cycle force on the connector, and then it came out. I'm looking underneath, it does look slightly splayed, not very much so.
Okay, all good information, Ann. Thank you so much.
The trick was, as we were applying more force on the pry bar, we're sneaking it in further and further in, with more leverage. And I don't know, maybe it was felt altogether like 3 discrete moments where we made progress.
Okay, great, David. Thanks for the info as well. And I see that you're getting that adjustable from the long T-handle tool onto the new 2 handrail.
Firm. You have to pull up a little bit. You might be imparting a little force. Actually, I think it's stuck on where the antenna connects down there. I need to go in and up.
And you may need to swing the MMOD shield out to disengage the 2 nadir tabs on the inner side of the shield.
Copy. Yeah, we need to get above the antenna first.
Going into the corner there, I'll do the pulling. Better located.
Sure. There you go.
Also put 2 adjustables.
Sorry?
You also put the second adjustable in series.
Good. It's not really going back.
You got it. You can tell there's kind of marks from the previous time where
Yeah.
you have to go it a little bit.
Yep. I think too.
Oh, you gotta get it.
We go. Get it. All right.
And the red is on.
Excellent.
Okay, that was great teamwork, guys.
Okay, finishing.
Okay, that was great teamwork, guys.
It's cinched.
All right.
About as high as it will go.
And I think we're going to release this Nader MLI. Is that right, Jeanette?
That's correct. You're only going to release the Nader MLI Zeus fastener and the center and Zeus fasteners, if you can report if there's any damage on the Nader fastener.
You can see that micrometeoroid orbital debris shield is lifted.
There's J14.
Take a photo of the fastener we just worked on.
Astronauts have also lifted the MLI, or the multi-layer insulation.
To access the connectors. And for you, David, if the shield is stable, you can go back to the IDA bag and release the caps from the Papa 14 and the J1, and that's on the Whiskey 4300 cable.
Am I get from my angle?
Copy.
And David, those caps remain tethered to the IDA bag.
Get it from this angle a little better.
Yeah.
Those caps remain tethered to the IDA bag.
Caps remain in the bag, okay. One more wait.
You can see the work site and some of the cables that the astronauts will be disconnecting and reconnecting under that multi-layer insulation from Anne McClain's helmet camera, denoted by the number 18 in the lower right-hand corner.
You have a go to demate the Whiskey 2809 Papa 14 from the J14, and you can temp stow the cable underneath the MLI.
That's fine.
And for you, David, get ready to hand that Whiskey 4300 Papa 14 to Ann.
Over to the bag.
At this work site, McClain will first demate a cable and then route the new cable. Once she is handed that by Saint-Jacques, she will route and mate that new cable, which will eventually provide Ethernet for the space station.
All right, I see Whiskey 2809, 14.
Just over 2.5 hours into the spacewalk, and the astronauts are outside of the U.S. lab performing this work.
My band. See no bent pins.
Copy that. Good EMI band and good pins. Okay, when David has that Ethernet cable, he's going to have the Whiskey 4300 Papa 14. You're going to mate that, and you're going to route it under the handrail 0267. David, as you transfer that, verify that all your safety tethers are clear of the cable.
Reminder. Yes.
Okay, I have 504300 P14. I believe this will be going to Lab J14.
That's affirmative to Lab J14. And David, once you have you verify that your safety tethers are clear, you can retrieve the Whiskey 4300 Papa 1 P1, and it should have a label wire tie CP13. And you're going to temp stow that on handrail 0226.
Do you need a
so we're going to need some help with the side loading here, because this could be severely side loaded.
Yep. So I'll delay a bit helping out here with this connection.
Copy that, David. We see you there. Thanks for letting me know.
BRT down.
All right, so if you can push that cable down to try to get some of that memory. Pull it toward you. Pull it toward you.
What clocking do you need?
I need to rotate the connector clockwise.
Oh, okay.
I need to pull this cable. This is this cable right here. So if you could grab it like here, and then we got to rotate it clockwise somehow.
What's the clocking? Like this?
Yes, let's see, it's got to go on the top like that. We're going to roll it closed. See what I mean? From here, we got to roll clockwise.
Clockwise.
Yep.
Wow, the cable is
exactly.
It's shaped that way. If I can bend it first?
Maybe.
It's going to be clocked all the way like this.
Yeah.
Or like that.
We're basically trying to bend this very cable
on a very short
at a 90-degree angle right next to the back shell.
Very short
feed it in here.
Both ends in here.
Oh, got it. All right, I'm going to hold it. Can you reach the bail?
Okay.
I'm not going to I'm not. I don't know if you can get any force on the bail from there. Even if we could just do it partially for now. Got it.
I guess in.
Hold on.
Is it over center?
It's not over center.
Yep.
Not yet. Here. I'll make it one side where you get the other one.
Over center.
You got it.
I got it over center.
Nice.
Both sides.
Good job.
Good. Over center. Over center,
Jeanette.
You guys make a great team. That's excellent.
You
guys make a great As Will said, teamwork makes the dream work. So, good job, guys.
Makes the connections over center, too.
Okay. Next, below gas.
Yeah, J1 to...
At the leg, right?
And that's correct. And you're going to locate that J1 on the Whiskey 4300 cable, and you're going to mate it to the J1. Mate J1 to the Whiskey 280 P14. So.
Turn off the cable.
2809 P14 is in my hand.
Yes.
All right, let's find the pins. I'll get the EMI band side if you get the pin side.
Okay.
EMI band is good on the P14 Whiskey 2809 side.
Good pins, no FOD.
Copy, good pins, no FOD, and EMI band. And EMI band.
Over center.
Made it over center.
Copy, made it over center. And if you can verify that the cable runs underneath the shield out under handrail 0267.
It does.
It does. Thank goodness.
And if you're good with those connections, do we have a go to perform connectivity test?
Connectivity.
Copy that. We have a go to perform connectivity test.
I go to perform connectivity.
I'll get going on the stowing you wanted me to do earlier, from stowing the second layer cable.
Yes, stop it. So you would go back to the IDA bag and you would retrieve the Whiskey 4300 Papa 1 Ethernet cable, and it has a label wire tie CP13. And you're going to temp stow that on handrail 0226. It's where you attach the IDA bag connector.
I see the handrail.
And Jeanette, once you get the connectivity, the next thing is going to be closing this MLI. Is that correct?
Yes, and you're correct. And you can go ahead and start working on closing the MLI. Verify that the MLI covers the worksite under the panel. Verify that the MLI covers the worksite under the panel.
Okay.
And give us a few minutes so you can go ahead and work on that MLI as you need and make it as tidy as you can.
After completing the connection of some cables underneath the micrometeor orbital debris shield and the multi-layer installation, McClain provided the go for Mission Control Houston to conduct some connectivity tests. Meanwhile, Saint-Jacques is temporarily stowing a cable which will eventually be routed as a wireless access port.
And we've got a good connectivity test. Excellent.
Oh, that's great news. And Jeanette, the Nader Zeus fastener and the MLI is in.
Copy that. And okay, Ann, that sounds great. And if you can stand by just 1 minute, we have to verify one more test on the connectivity. 1 minute, we have to verify one more test on the connectivity.
Okay.
And Jeanette, I have wire tie CP13 on handrail 0226.
Okay, copy that, David. And can you verify that your safety tethers are clear of the cable?
Safety tethers are clear of the cable. That's the reminder.
Okay, copy that, David. And just for your information, all connectivity tests were good. So great job, guys. For you, Ann, can you verify that the Whiskey 2809 cable is routed in the gaps in the shield nadir of the handrail 0267?
It is in between, it's coming out the same place it was before, so there's a split in the MLI. It's directly in between handrail 267 and 98, and should have a shot of it in my WVS if you can. I also took some closeout photos.
Copy, Ann. Okay, Ann, can you verify that you got the MLI Zeus fastener?
Yes, the nadir MLI Zeus fastener is reconnected.
Copy all, Ann.
Clockwise and then, or counterclockwise and clockwise.
Copy all, Ann. Excellent, Ann. Thank you for repeating that. Okay, and David, for you, if you can retrieve the rest of that Ethernet cable from the IDA bag, it's the third layer, and it should have a label saying wire tie start. And you're going to temp stow that on the other handrail 0288 where you installed the IDA bag connector.
Do that.
Okay, and for you, Ann, if you haven't already, you can release your BRT.
If you haven't already, you can release your BRT.
Say again, David?
Release. I think we're going to loosen that AET.
Yeah. I think maybe I'll just stick around here just a few more moments near the shield in case Ann needs help with the...
I think it's going to be a two-person task to get this closed.
Okay, copy, guys. We have a 20-second to a handover.
Copy.
As you saw, we had confirmation from Jeanette Epps, the ground IV today, that there was a good connectivity test with the cables just installed. The astronauts are now reinstalling that multi-layer insulation that was removed to access the worksite, and then on top of that, we'll reinstall the micrometeoroid orbital debris shield. Additionally, they will retighten those tie-down tethers on top of the micrometeoroid orbital debris shield and perform some worksite cleanup before moving on to their next task.
Down there.
What?
Okay, guys, we're back up with you on voice and no video.
Yes. Copy. We are just working to get the car head closed.
Copy that. Can you verify that you have a RET to the long T-handle tool and your mini workstation?
Yes, I do. And we released the AET from 364. I am ready to the T-handle tool and that AET so we can go with me to the next work site. And we're working on getting the flanges underneath if that's our good next step.
Copy all and good words.
Okay, if the clock is a little bit towards station and kind of bow it down.
Okay. Yep, that's good. And actually now, let's get it down and then push. Maybe if I push it down and you push it in?
Yeah, I'll try to go up in the crease.
Go ahead. Push it in.
Push further down, I think.
Hold on, let me see if I can get over this connector. We kind of decide which way we're going to do first. I think if I push it down, and then we try to rotate it in.
Go out, and tip, and in. Right?
Sorry? It's a great technique. Yeah, there's cuts on the shield. You can tell from where I don't want to hit the V with infinity hard.
Okay, Ann and David, we see that you're having some trouble getting the shield in. You can likely use the pry bar and use that, or you can remove the handrail if you need to.
Copy.
And if you use the pry bar, you use it sort of like a shoehorn to push the shield in.
That makes sense.
Okay. How far are we?
We're close.
Wow, what was that?
So we're sort of there. We got to get. This is where we're going to have to kind of rebend this.
It's bending on. It's the connector of the EWIS antenna that's catching.
Yes. And it can tell it's caught there before. Not the first mark in the motor shield. I wonder if we lift it up and then pull this back down first. Can you lift up with your left hand? Or maybe we should just redo that adjustable and then let it out slowly. See what I mean? Because it'll kind of, we can put a little memory in it and then stick it underneath.
Where's the friction?
You want to set adjustable back on?
Yeah, we'll do that, yep.
So we can maybe try to bend it. It's down.
Right here?
Yep.
Out of this friction.
Okay, Ann and David, if you can ensure that the tabs on the inboard side are in before you push in, and then that may help you get it in.
Yeah, they're not. That's the issue. Two of them are out.
Copy that.
We had them in, and the issue is actually not the handrail, it's the EWIS antenna connector. And I think it's because we bent the shield, not permanently, but just bent it on its way out, so we need to bend it on its way in, so we're just kind of figuring out a way to get...
Back our tracks.
Yeah, kind of work backwards.
Copy all, Ann.
Okay, I think if this was connected, then we could bend this under, and then let it go.
And Ann and David, just a reminder that if you need, you can remove the handrail.
I think I found something that interferes. You see that trunnion there?
Yeah?
I think that interferes with us. That needs to go underneath the shield.
Oh, that pin? Oh, I see what you're saying.
I mean, yeah. I think that's
you're
what
right.
we're putting it in.
Yep, you're
I think that's what it is.
Yep, I concur.
You flip that under. Give a line.
You need the pry bar?
Let's see if I can get there.
Or do you want that T handle tool to push on it?
Yeah. Let's get here my beer T.
I should go up under there.
Yeah, no, this is the two I need. What I need is...
That's that corner, I think we're talking about.
Just a red, some junkie with a red.
Okay. So Jeanette, just so you can picture what we're talking about,
The
shield on the inboard side by handrail 267 is caught underneath the base of one of the...
push now, you're clear.
Come on, step it.
Yeah, clear.
It was caught under one of the MLI juice fasteners.
The innermost juice fastener of the MLI.
But he just got it.
Okay, now let's push.
Okay, I copy all, Ann, and we see what you're doing there.
All right.
Everything very good?
That's close.
Close.
You can see McClain with red stripes around the bottom of her spacesuit at the lower end of the screen as EV1. and David Saint-Jacques just above her with no stripes on his spacesuit as EV2. The pair are working to reinstall the micrometeoroid orbital debris shield.
And you would have to drive 2 bolts because the handrail is in a seat track.
Copy. All right. Whoop.
Okay, and at this point, we recommend that you go ahead and remove that handrail.
Okay, so I see a 16 bolt right in front of me on this end. And pull that to the handrail.
And if you need, I have steps for you, and I have a PGT setting as well.
Copy.
So is it far enough in, you think? No.
Is it far enough that way?
Yeah.
Might be able to go more. Can you kick that part down a little bit? There we go. Oh, we're getting it.
Yeah. Again,
not quite.
There's got to be some hard interference somewhere.
There's what?
There's hard interference somewhere.
Yep.
Okay, and you guys have done a great job in trying to get that panel, and we think that you should go ahead and grab your PGT and loosen the handrail to get that panel in.
Copy. Ready for settings.
Okay, and in your PGT settings would be alpha 7, counterclockwise 2. And you should only have to turn the bolt about 1 turn.
Okay, 1 turn. And if I just release this, the zenith side, is that going to be able to swing out? Or am I going to have to release both sides?
And you'll not be able to swing it out because the handrail is in a C track, so you have to loosen both.
Copy, understand. All right.
Do we have to erect it? Or?
I have it on it. I move my end effector so I'm not actually connected to it.
So, and just to clarify,
I have alpha 7, counter 2 set. Sorry, go ahead.
those are good rebacks for the PGT settings. You're going to make 1 turn on each bolt, and then you're going to change your PGT settings after that.
Copy and work. There's 1 on the Venus. Should probably find something else to hold on to.
We copy 1 on the Zenith.
What am I getting pulled by?
Waist tether.
Waist tether? Yeah, just slid down to the bottom.
Yeah, they're treated.
Can you throw that back? Okay, there's 1 turn on the nadir bolt.
Okay.
For the next setting.
Copy that, Ann. So you're going to change your settings to alpha 1, counterclockwise 2, and then you're going to release both bolts to a hard stop. It's going to be about 6 turns each.
Alpha 1, counter 2 to hard stop.
McClain is using the pistol grip tool to loosen and remove a handrail to allow them better access to completely retach that micrometeoroid orbital debris shield.
Okay, guys, great work. We see you on the timeline.
Copy, thanks for that. Okay, there's our hard stop on that, Venus. Okay, those bolts are moving the hard stop.
Okay, and in order to remove the handrail, you have to depress the release buttons.
Copy.
And then you could slide the handrail out, slide it nadir out of the C-track.
Work. Look at us. Huh? I just took off the only handrail and it's holding up. Okay, I think we can get past that there, yeah?
Yeah. Right. We're on the same juice fastener. Same issue as previously.
Sorry?
We have the same issue. It peeled off. It peeled under the MLI juice fastener.
Copy.
Don't forget.
Alright. There we go. Okay. Get it down in the middle again.
Yeah.
Maybe next point is, yeah.
Technique.
Okay.
My bad. Good enough?
There we go. Got it.
How about the cables there? And where they go?
So this is where they were coming out before, yeah.
It looks good.
Yeah, I concur. Did we get the handrail back on? A lot easier to work here when there's something to hold on to.
Let me get it.
I got it. Oh, had it. I'll get this side, you get that side.
And David, for you, while Ann is getting that handrail installed, can you verify that all the tabs are in on the inboard side of that panel?
3 tabs are in. The panel is flush with its neighbors.
Copy, 3 tabs in. Thanks, David. And Ann, let me know when you're ready for PGT settings.
Stand by.
pull towards me a little bit so you can get nothing in the
Yeah,
rails.
to go toward you.
And we're going to go both in at the same time.
There we go. Now,
Okay. We're in. Maybe one
more little seat track. Yep.
So, and you go ahead and install the handrail by sliding it into the seat tracks to a hard stop with the T-tab, and then you're going to push the handrail into the seat track to engage the soft dock feature.
Copy and work. There we go. Got it, David. Yep. And then
push on the button on this side. Outside of the track here. Not in the track on this side.
Down the track?
Not in the track.
Yep, that's it. You can pull it.
Again.
Yep. Good. Push.
Okay.
Put it in. That's it. Yep.
That's where it wants to be. Yep.
Yep. Okay. And before it moves again, let's PGT it. All right, ready for settings, Jeanette?
Get a hand on it so it doesn't move away.
Thanks.
Okay, and your PGT settings are alpha 2, clockwise 2, and you're going to turn each bolt about 7 turns to a hard stop.
Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Those are good numbers.
All right, it's checking in.
Good.
All right, I have a green light, 3.7 torque, 9.2 turns. The stator side?
Copy that, 3.7 and 9.2 torque.
And 3.7 torque, 9.2 turns, green light on the Zenith side. The handrail is reinstalled.
Okay, those are good numbers, Ann, and good job. So next, Ann, you would go back and reinstall those long duration tie-down tethers on the lab handrail 0298.
Copy. Throw me those.
And for you, David, if you can retrieve that the rest of that Whiskey 4300 Ethernet cable and temp store it on handrail 0288.
Ahead of me off the long duration set antennas at the moment.
Copy that, Jeanette. I'll just finish helping. I think this is our efficient pull here.
Okay, that sounds great, David. Great teamwork.
McClain is finishing up the reinstallation of that debris shield by tightening those long-duration tie-down tethers. Afterward, they will perform some inventory of the tools in their bag and then begin cleaning up the work site.
Taking tension.
I'm going to close up this. I'm going to lie on the buckle now.
So, Jeanette, we're not attempting anything with the center juice fastener, right?
Can you repeat that, David?
We're not attempting to do anything further with the center juice fastener?
That's correct, David. You're just going to reinstall the long duration tie down.
Okay.
Okay, and can you verify that you cinched the long-duration tie-down tether after you got the hook on?
Yeah, we cinched those. There's just a little bit of play in them. I don't know if you can see them in the WGS. We can pull them tighter if need be.
Copy, and we're looking. Okay, and we see that, and we need to tighten that up because those are the tie-downs are what's going to keep the panel in.
We'll push them down further.
Awesome.
Thanks, Ann.
No worries.
And?
Yeah.
The one I'm working on are the twists.
Sorry?
Yeah, just to flip the connector half a turn.
All right.
We're 3 hours and 11 minutes into today's spacewalk, and this is a live look from Mission Control in Houston, Texas at Johnson Space Center. Astronauts have just installed a new spider cable under an orbital debris shield and are now cleaning up that work site.
All right.
Okay, done.
Are you ready for this J1 connector on the EWIS?
And that's a good teleconfig, and we are ready for the EWIS antenna connector.
Mark.
Internet, I'm going to go back through the bag and fig in the next steps for me, temp store cable.
That's affirmative. You're going to go to that third layer in that IDA bag, and you're going to grab the rest of that Ethernet cable, and you're going to temp stow it on handrail 0288. And you should see a label, wire tie start.
Start on 0288. Good.
Did that, I had a band and no bent pins. Working on getting it inspected. And we are mated over center on the EWIS.
Copy that, mated over center on the EWIS antenna. Okay, and if you loosen the gap spanner.
My WVS.
Right now, Ann, we don't have your WVS.
Interesting sound. Now, you still with us?
Hear me, Ann?
I hear you.
I hear you faint.
You hear me faint?
Faint, yeah, very faint.
Can you hear Jeanette?
I can hear her faint, too.
David, how do you hear me now?
I hear you. Yes, we hear you now. Do you still have me faint?
Yeah, I hear Ann fainter than before. Don't know about you, Jeanette.
Okay, and I see you tightening up the gap spanner. We need a report on the other long-duration tie-down tether. We want to make sure that that is also cinched down.
Yes, that is pretty tight.
Yeah, cinched
It is
down
a guitar string.
I see that in your WVS. Thanks, Ann. And can we see the... Go ahead, David.
So just doing clarification for the cable, and I'm lying down. I am leaving the adjustable in the bag.
That's correct. You're going to retrieve the adjustable from the spider cable and stow it in the IDA bag.
Great.
And for you, Ann, can you verify that the MLI is covering the buckle on that second long duration tie down and the wire tie is in place?
Yes to both, and I'm getting closeout photos for you of the whole area.
Thanks a lot, Ann.
McClain has remated the antenna previously demated to access the work site and is taking some photos of the work site as she prepares to move on to their next task.
All right, photos complete.
Copy that. And one last item on the gap spanner. If you can rotate the buckle 90 degrees after cinching it to ensure that we have 1 inch slack. And we're coming up on the day pass.
We do. Copy, and yes, we can rotate the buckle.
I saw that, Ann. Thank you.
For the cable.
I saw that, Ann. Thank you. Go ahead, David.
I think I copied. I should look for wire tie start. I don't see that. I see wire tie number 1.
Copy. Stand by.
Looks to be the kind of the outermost wire tie.
McClain just tightened the gap spanner, which translation paths aren't always easy on stations, so sometimes in between handrails on the modules, gap spanners make it easier to move from one location to another. We are also entering a day pass over the South Pacific Ocean.
And,
the adjustable is in the bag.
we copy all, and if you can verify that your safety tethers are clear of the cable.
Safety tether is clear of the cable.
Clear the cable as well.
Copy, Ann. And since you're done with that, Ann, can you give us a glove and hap check?
And Jeanette, just one thing to add on the left glove. Again, my index finger, RTV, I don't know if you can see it in the WBS, where the out of my pointer finger is, the RTV is peeling back, but it looks like there's a second layer of RTV underneath it.
Copy, Ann. We can see that on your WBS checking. We copy all on the left glove, and we'll just track.
And Jeanette, I can give you an inventory of the IDA bag if that's next.
That is correct, David.
Inside the bag, we have a extra cap on an adjustable, a jack cap on an adjustable, tie bar on a ref, a small large adjustable, and a small adjustable. And that is all for the inside. And on the outside, there's just one wire tie on the lid.
Yes, I'll close that. Here's the lid strap.
Okay, David, that's a good inventory.
Thank you.
So next you're going to release the 4 hooks on the IDA bag and stow it on your BRT, and then we need to get a glove and half check from you.
I have.
All right, the loop straps closed.
And no changes on the glove.
I'm going to release these two.
You're up to it?
Okay.
And for you, we didn't get a check of your right glove, and we need a half check as well.
Yes, the right glove with no change and dry half.
Okay, we can copy right glove good and dry half.
Let me know when you want me to release these two.
And with that call in, I see you helping David get the IDA bag, but you're going to translate back to the no-nator crew lock bag on the cedar rail, and you're going to retrieve your green hook as you're heading out there.
Okay, and you're ready to begin?
Ready.
Okay, I've released one. Let me go get the other one. All right. All right, those are released. I did not hook them back to the bag.
Bottom two released?
Yeah, bottom two are released. But not hooked them back. All right. I'm going to start heading back unless you need a hand.
I'm releasing the last one, and I'm on my way.
Okay.
The bag is on my ERT.
Copy, David.
4 corners released.
Okay, guys, we're pretty much on the timeline. 3 hours and about 20 minutes, PEP.
Okay.
And David,
now retrieving my green hook. Retrieving my green hook.
copy, you're retrieving your green hook, and then after that, can we get a glove and half check?
So tonight I have my green hook from 2.
We're currently in a satellite handover as the astronauts wrap up their work at the second work site of the day on the U.S. lab. They lifted and removed the micrometeoroid orbital debris shield and multi-layer insulation after having just a little bit of trouble releasing one of the fasteners. They then mated 2 cables underneath and routed one outside to provide Ethernet to additional Ethernet to the space station.
And you're heading out to pick up the crew lock bag at mile marker 7860.
Copy.
McClain is now going to pick up a bag previously stowed on the space station, and Saint-Jacques is heading back to the airlock to stow a bag and retrieve the truss jumper cables, plus one orbital replacement unit bag.
Okay, David, we had that handover, so we didn't get the glove and hat check from you.
Dry hat, and no changes on the gloves.
Copy, no changes in the gloves and the hat again.
Dry hat. Am I cutting out?
Copy, dry hat. And David, I see you're heading back to the airlock, and so you're going to go back to the airlock and stow the IDA bag in the airlock.
See, I'm on phase 1.
Copy, phase 1.
We're about 3 hours and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk. The astronauts are now leaving the U.S. lab segment and are heading to the Node 1 portion of the space station. That's the Unity module. Unity was the second element of the space station to launch.
All right, I'm at the location where my crew lock bag and the spare lead are. Nothing both.
Copy that. You picked up your spare lead as well. Copy. So you're going to head to the Node 1 nadir work site via the airlock. So you're going to go past the high-pressure gas tanks beneath the ESP2.
Okay, and I just got there, so I have not picked up the bag or my tether yet.
Okay, copy that, Ann.
You at the fuel spurt? You two at the airlock.
Copy, David. You're at the airlock. You would go to open the thermal cover and stow that IDA bag in the airlock.
We've got more Ask NASA questions coming in. If you use that hashtag on Twitter, we will look to answer your question on air. This one comes from Oma asking, why was the mirror added to the astronauts' spacesuits? The primary reason the crew wears mirrors is to be able to see the switches and labels on the front of the suit because they can't look down and see it. It's out of their view. That's things like their volume or cooling. The labeling is written in mirror image because they can use the mirrors on their wrist to reflect back and see the actual reading.
All right, I have the crew lock bag. It is ready to my BRT, and it's in my BRT.
Copy that, Ann.
So far on today's spacewalk, the astronauts have relocated an adapter plate to complete some battery work that has occurred over 2 other spacewalks in the last few weeks. They just installed a new spider cable to extend Ethernet further on the space station, and the next cables installed will provide backup power to the Canadarm 2.
And as I said earlier, you're going to head back towards the airlock, and then you're going to go nadir past those high-pressure gas tanks to get to the work site. And one item, when you get back to the airlock, we have a troubleshooting step for David's WVS. So if you can stay at the airlock for a minute, and we'll give you those steps when you get there.
Sounds good.
AV2, the Ida bag is in the airlock on a large, small adjustable.
Okay, David, we copy that the Ida bag is in the airlock, and next you're going to retrieve that medium or U bag, and you're going to bring it out and stow it on the airlock starboard toolbox nadir handrail.
Starboard toolbox, major handrail, right on.
All right, and I'm back toward the airlock. Jeanette, if you wanted to walk us through the WVS troubleshooting.
Yes, and what we're going to have you do is we're going to have you pull the tab on David's Reba battery, and you're going to pull the right one towards his right shoulder.
Copy.
So, David, once you come out with the medium ORU bag, if you and Ann can work out a good time to do that.
Cool. Okay. There, yep. Let me show you my bag.
Okay. All right, we're going to go toward your right arm, which is toward me. Okay, that is pulled toward me, or toward your right arm.
Okay, thanks, Ann.
Switch it on.
On the button.
I'm going to try on the button. All right, so.
Oh, no green light.
We copy, no green light.
And should I stay here or get to translate?
Okay, David, with those troubleshooting steps, since you still have no green light, we don't believe that you'll have glove heaters for the remainder of the flight of the EVA.
Thanks for the heads up.
Okay, and I see you heading out to the work site. I have a caution and a warning reminder for you. First, as you translate out, if you can avoid inadvertent contact with the existing connectors and fluid QDs at the work site. And then the warning is do not translate on the gap spanner restraining the Node 3 and lab fluid jumpers.
Okay.
Jeanette, the medium ORU bag is on the starboard toolbox nadir station.
Copy that, David. So next you're going to go back into the airlock and you're going to retrieve the truss jumper cable with the cap keeper.
Sure.
I am at code 133, Jeanette.
Okay, that's a good handrail. And you can release the gap spanner from that handrail and stow it on handrail 0132.
That will work.
Saint-Jacques is retrieving some tethers from, some cables from the airlock on the International Space Station, while McClain has translated to the Node 1 nadir shield. That's the Earth-facing side of Node 1. Saint-Jacques will also make his way over to Node 1, but he will be on the zenith side to install some truss jumpers as well.
In the way at all of accessing this panel. Are you good with me just leaving it?
Checking in. So, Ann, that's your preference. If you don't think it's going to be in your way, then you don't have to remove it.
I don't think it's going to be in the way. It's loose and it's just kind of right at the edge.
Okay, copy that. Then you can leave it if it's not going to be a problem for you. But I see those wire ties. So next, if you need to release the wire ties to move those existing cables in front of the shield there, and we're talking about shield Charlie 208, you can release those wire ties to get them out of your work site.
Jeanette, I have the bus jumper cables, blue and red.
David, repeat that.
Message to the cap keepers.
So, David, would you verify that you have the cap keeper connected to the truss jumper cable?
The cap keeper is connected to an eyelet on the far end of the truss jumper cable. I erect.
Copy all, David.
I have erect to the cap keepers.
Copy all, David. Thanks.
This is a view of the Quest airlock. David Saint-Jacques is inside right now, retrieving some jumper cables. You can see the Earth a little bit in the background as the space station is coming up just off the west coast of Ecuador.
That might be why I felt like calm was coming lower.
Copy that, David, on the left side.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Either left or at least much fainter on the left.
Okay, David, can you report whether or not you feel like there's sweat on your head?
I do feel some sweat. It's hard to tell if that's enough to kind of drown the hearing.
Okay, we copy that, David.
Raise the volume up to 5 now on the tri radio. I hear you better.
Okay, copy that, David.
Jeanette, the long T-handle tool is connected to Charlie 208. Good pull test.
Copy that, Ann. Thanks for that. Okay, now if you need to, you can BRT to the handrail 0133.
Yeah, I will probably do that in just a second.
McClain is working on Node 1 to remove another micrometeoroid orbital debris shield.
Copy that.
That thermal cover is closed.
Copy, thermal cover is closed. Okay, while at the airlock, can you give us a check of your safer handles?
Oh.
And then I believe my next step is to release these 3 Zeus fasteners.
Copy that, Ann.
handles are down, Jeanette.
And copy, good handles are down. And can you give us a half check?
A dry half.
Copy, dry half. Okay, David, you're going to head out to the Node 1 Zenith forward end cone, and you're going to be looking for handrail 0137.
0135.
And we see that you're working on those Zeus fasteners, and just a quick reminder again, warning that the Zeus fastener tings could have sharp edges.
3 hours and 40 minutes into today's spacewalk, and the astronauts are moving into their third task to install some backup power cables for the Canadarm2.
Starboard released as well.
Copy, starboard release. So now you can remove that shield Charlie 208 and tend it over to the other shield, adjacent shield starboard, Charlie 207.
In work.
And Jeanette, unload the high pressure gas tanks. Pass on to the feeder screw.
Copy, David. And David, you should see that handrail right as you get out to that work site.
Okay.
And you can take that adjustable that's on that long T-handle tool and connect it to handrail 0133, and that would be on the starboard stanchion.
Jeanette, I have a BRT to 0137.
Copy that, David. And now you're going to demate two Z1 connectors from the Node 1 Zenith, and you're looking for a Papa 140. You're going to disconnect that from the J640, and you're looking for the Papa 141. You're going to disconnect that from the J641.
These are the two outboardmost ones.
At this work site, Saint-Jacques will demate 2 connectors and mate an additional 2 before routing that jumper cable bundle across the boom.
From the MLI. And first, before you continue, we need for you to connect the adjustable from the long T-handle tool. It looks like it's connected to the gap spanner. If you can make sure that it's on the starboard stanchion of handrail 0133.
Copy. That starboard stanchion's clobbered, unfortunately, so it's not free. I don't think I can get another hook on there. Can I go to one of the French hooks of the gap spanner?
So you can connect it to any other handrail. I mean, if the other stanchion is clear, you can connect it to that and just tend it over to the other MOD shield.
Jeanette, Papa 140, Papa 141 disconnected.
Copy, and can you give me a report on the FOD pins and EMI bands?
Pins, open pins, no FOD. EMI bands on both.
Okay, that sounds great, David. If you can wire tie that Papa 140 and 141 off to a nearby cable uncapped.
Okay, and Jeanette, I got that AET on that starboard stanchion by releasing. There's an AET that was connected to that starboard stanchion that's connected to a connector, but it's also wire tied. So I just released that AET and it's just staying right there, so I'll reconnect it at the end.
Okay, we copy all in, and we're fine with that. So if you need to, you can go ahead and release your red hook from the T-handle tool.
That is released.
Okay, we see that, and so you are going to release that starboard nadir Zeus fastener from under the MLI, and remember not to release the other two inner MLI Zeus fasteners, just one.
Once McClain accesses the worksite underneath the orbital debris shield and the multi-layer insulation, she will begin demating the currently connected cables and mate them to the new adapter one at a time.
Starboard Zeus fastener is released.
Copy that, Ann. We see that. So, Ann, for you, next we're going to demate the starboardmost pass-through connector under the shield, and it's going to be near the handrail 0133, and you should see J607.
Okay.
And for you, David, after you've wire-tied those cables off out of your worksite, you can retrieve that jumper cable bundle and release wire tie start, one twist.
Copy, I'm just finishing the wire tying.
Okay, copy, David.
The cables are tied off.
Copy that, David. The cables are tied off.
On to the connections. Leaving starts.
Copy, David.
Bail back on J607. Just trying to get it off the sector.
Copy that. You've got the lever back on J607.
Removing the caps from the red and blue ends.
Copy that. You're removing the...
641 and P641.
Copy that. You've removed the caps on P640 alpha and P641 alpha.
Correct.
All right, J607 is removed.
Copy that. Can you give me a report of the FOD pins and EMI bands?
Don't have a great view inside of the sector it was removed from, but we've got good pins, three good pins on the J607 side.
Copy that, Ann. And if you need to, you can go ahead and slide that shield farther out of your worksite starboard. It looks like it's difficult to see in there.
That J641 alpha made it to J641. No band pins, no FOD, within my band.
Copy that, David. Good call, and you did the blue one first. Thanks. And then you're going to connect the P641 alpha to the J641.
That is made it over center. Both connectors made it over center. Both good pins. FOD, within my band.
Copy all, David. And for you, Ann, after you've got that disconnected, you're to retrieve that jumper Whiskey 1010 from the crew lock bag, and that jumper remains routed to the crew lock bag.
Copy.
And for you, David, now that you've got those connected, you're going to route the jumper cable bundle across that cable tray, and you're going to install wire ties number 1 and number 2 to the cable tray boom handrails on the nadir side, and ensure that your safety tether is clear of the cable.
Copy and work.
Saint-Jacques has mated the connectors at his work site. These are backup power cables for the Canadarm2. McClain is now underneath the orbital debris shield, where she will begin mating the new adapter to the cables underneath.
All right, I have the C1010 cable Papa 609 connector.
Can you repeat that connector number again?
I have the P607 on the Whiskey 1010 connector.
Okay, those are good numbers. So you're going to connect that to the J607, the Whiskey 0918.
Yeah, work.
And you're going to check that the lever on the 607 is forward and over center.
Okay, and
And that work ties 1 and 2 made it to the gray boom.
Okay, excellent, David. So next you're going to route the cable bundle behind the strut, and you're going to release wire tie start again, 1 twist.
Copy.
Saint-Jacques is going to be installing some wire ties on handrails.
Both sides of that connection.
Copy all of that, Ann.
The cable Saint-Jacques is routing, he will ultimately bring to the S0 truss section, temporarily stowing it there where McClain will access it later.
Copy, I see it.
Jeanette, so I undid the wire tie start once more to feed the cable. Confirm where does wire tie 3 go?
Okay, wire tie 3 is going to go to handrail 3461, and it should be port of WIF 14.
3461. My computer red swap past the cable on the other side of this thread.
Copy, David.
Yeah, can I release the TA clamps upstream of these to get rid of some of the side loading?
Checking in. Stand by. Okay, and you can go ahead and release those TA clamps.
Thank you.
We're still taking Ask NASA questions, and this one comes from Spivey, who wants to know if the team practices all of the system repairs in zero gravity. While we can't practice in zero gravity, the astronauts do train for spacewalks in the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory here in Houston, Texas.
Copy that. Next, you're going to route and release wire tie start and wire tie 4, 1 twist, and you're going to install wire tie number 4 on handrail 3460.
The Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory is a very large pool, and it has mock-ups of the space station underneath, so the astronauts can go in, suit up, and get the closest thing to microgravity as possible on Earth.
J609 demate it. And now you're going to...
1010 in my hand.
That's affirmative, and you're going to connect that to the J609 and confirm that the P609 is forward and over center.
Copy, Mark.
34, handrail 3460.
Okay, great job, David. Next, you're going to go to the MLI, and you're going to open that flap near width 13. And this is where you're going to stuff the truss jumper cable bundle and the cap keeper into the truss.
Yep, I see that opening, and I see the handrail.
Excellent, and you should see handrail 3451, and you would use wire tie start to bundle that cable inside the truss.
I see 3451 inside the truss.
Good read back, David.
Okay, we're mated over center on both sides of the snout connector for 609.
Copy that. Mated over center on the J609 and the adapter P609. So next you're going to release the ret from the jumper and let it tend itself back to the crew lock bag. And then you're going to demate the second from the starboard pass-through connector.
Green mark. 608.
That's correct. J608 is second from the starboard pass-through connector.
Is demated.
Copy 608 is demated.
1009.
And copy you're retrieving Whiskey 1009 from the crew lock bag.
Okay. I have Whiskey 1009. I have the Papa 608 connector in my hand.
Okay, you are right on track. You're going to connect that to the J608 and confirm that the P608 is forward and over center.
Copy. And I have good pins, no FOD.
Copy, good pins, no FOD.
I don't see an EMI band.
And good EMI band, copy.
I said I can't actually see the EMI band. See just a little bit of it. It's pretty recessed in the snout connector.
Okay, we copy all, and that's what we expect.
And that is mated over center.
Copy made it over center. So next you're going to demate the fourth from the starboard pass-through connector under the shield. And we have 10 seconds to a handover.
We've just entered another satellite handover while the space station is flying 257 statute miles over Ukraine. We're now 4 hours and 5 minutes into today's spacewalk, and this is a live look of Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Everything is moving as planned today, minus a few modifications with some shield removals.
Okay, Ann and David, we should have you back on voice, and we should get video shortly.
We are continuing to answer Ask NASA questions, and this one comes from Miss Sippel's class. Her students in grade 6 want to know how the International Space Station receives power. The space station is totally powered by the sun, and you can sometimes see those big solar arrays that capture the sun's light. It uses the sun's power and stores that in the batteries, which we were replacing earlier today. That's through the help of the battery charge and discharge unit. When the station is in the sunlight, it stores the power, and when the station is in darkness, it discharges the power through the batteries, which then power the space station.
It's wire tied with wire tie start to 3451 at the truss, and I'm closing the MLI.
Copy, you have wire tie start on handrail 3451 and closing the MLI. And for you, Ann. You should have disconnected, demated the fourth from the starboard pass-through connector.
Not yet. Working on it. I have to reposition the
Copy.
airways down here.
Enough, I believe I'm now on my way to retrieve Ann.
And David, before you do that, could you give us a glove and hat check?
Of course, yes. Dry hat. On my left index fingertip, with some eraser type liner.
Copy for the left on the index, eraser type.
I have 610 disconnected, and in my hand I have Whiskey 1009, 610 ready to connect. I have no spod, CDMI band, and no bent pins.
Copy that J610 to the adapter in the P610 and confirm that the P610 is forward and over center.
Work.
And David, I'm sorry, but I didn't hear for your right glove.
No change on the right glove.
Copy, no change on the right glove. Thanks, David. And so for you, David, next if you can head out to help Ann, and she may need your help to reinstall the MMOD shield on the node 1 meter location.
No way.
That'll be good timing, so just getting the last connector here to read.
Okay.
McClain is mating the last of the new adapter cables for this portion of the spacewalk, which will provide backup power to the Canadarm2.
Jeanette, 610 is mated over center. I think that's 2 good jumpers installed.
Copy that in. P610 is mated forward over center. And one quick question. Can you confirm that for all the jumpers that you connected, that with the adapter, that both levers were forward and over center?
Yes, I actually just went back through and looked at all 8 connectors, and they are all over center. And for the
Perfect,
SA,
Ann.
I released 2 TA clamps, 3 TA clamps. Right?
Copy. You reconnected the TA clamps.
Yeah.
Unit, I did not. I released 3 TA clamps.
Copy. You released 3 TA clamps. Thanks for the correction.
Yeah.
So I am just about to close the MOI.
Okay.
And Jeanette, am I good to close up this MOI?
And yes, if you can restrain the jumpers behind the shield, and if you need to, you can use those TA clamps, and then you can install the Zeus fastener on the MLI under the shield if you removed it, and you did remove one.
Copy.
You can see David Saint-Jacques has joined Anne McClain to help reinstall that micrometeoroid orbital debris shield.
David, can you confirm whether or not you changed your TCV settings?
I did, yes. I was running hot. Now I've...
Okay, we copy, David. Thanks for letting me know. And guys, we have about a minute and a half to a night pass.
Okay, thanks. All right. Oh, I'm sorry, but a little bit better behaved.
Yeah.
You can move to the right if you want to come in.
Well, yeah, what do you envisage?
Sorry?
What do you think would be most helpful?
I think if we both reposition it.
Okay. Should I be here? Stable?
Yep, I'm just kind of getting the MLI down. I gotta get one MLI Zeus fastener still.
Okay.
Guys, we're coming up on sunset in about 15 seconds.
Okay, thanks.
Put that bag out of her way.
Yeah. All right, get this TA clamp back.
Okay.
You can see the space station has now entered an orbital nighttime flying over Afghanistan, and the astronauts continue that work outside of the Node 1 module.
Sure?
Okay.
Maybe in a better position?
Yeah, if this can go to your sleigh anymore, it'd be better.
Yeah, I see. I'm pressing against the phone.
There we go. I got the Zeus fastener. I just need to tighten it. That's gonna tighten it.
Looks good?
That's good. We can slide this over. So this is connected on an AET.
You see the long
handle
here?
tool.
Yep, I see that.
So, Ann, you should red to the long T-handle tool with your mini workstation end effector, or David, And just a quick reminder that the Zeus fasteners have to be connected in the proper order. You have to do the center Zeus fastener first.
Okay. Get it. Right, so there's a ret from V's workstation to the long key handle now.
To the handle or to the adjustable?
The tether point. The capped on tether point.
The adjustable, yeah.
The capped on tether point.
To the toe? Oh, to the tether point. That makes sense.
All right. So we're going to slide this back. You may need to release that adjustable off of that handrail.
Oh. Released.
All right. And then you got to just kind of go past all those
cables. What's underneath here at the gap spanner?
Yep, and that gap spanner, this just slides right under that gap spanner. All right. Cable behind my head.
I think it's catching on the little tubes at the center of the axis. There you go.
Copy. So we're going to need to pull it toward us in order to get the flanges under again. That's not going down.
Towards you.
There's a couple of cables here.
Another inch. You got it.
There we go.
Got it. Where do all these cables run?
Yeah, and now we just got to make sure everything's out from the bottom of it.
Everything on top?
Sorry?
All the cables on
yes,
top?
Yes, everything goes on top. The gap spanner goes on top too.
So, Ann and David, if you can ensure that the 3 tabs on the inboard side of the panel are in, and that should help you get the panel in properly.
Okay, they're in.
Copy, Ann.
All right, the panel's got to go.
Is it too tight?
It pulled right over it last time. It's a little tight, but it still works.
Slacken it.
There we go. Yep, there you go. Yep.
This juice is not bad here. Need to go further in?
I don't know why this seems like it might need to.
Find your grabber daddy. Gonna be in the way.
Yeah, it's sitting on top. Go. All right, so you're going to do the center Z fastener first.
After reinstallation of the orbital debris shield that the astronauts are working on right now, they will continue their tasks separately after cleaning up this work site. Ann McClain, as EV1, will continue working with the Canadarm backup power cables by completing the routing of the cable that David Saint-Jacques stowed in the S0 truss. Saint-Jacques will move over to the Columbus module, where he will begin installing some trunnion slip-off preventers to prepare for the arrival of an external payload platform next year.
It actually needs to go further in that way.
Toward you?
No, toward the node, the center.
Okay. Pushing against something hard.
Yeah. Could have just, the connector could have floated up. But these are the floating kind.
No. Needs to go further in, radially in now.
Radially in, yeah.
I compare to the neighbor. Lift because the Zeus Cessna is cut.
Yeah. Oh, it's also got a, maybe I could slide one of those sliding connectors.
While the astronauts complete this orbital debris shield reinstallation, we've got a question from Ray from using the hashtag AskNASA. Ray wants to know how much training it takes to become an astronaut. After initial selection, astronauts go through about a 2-year training period through multiple systems and processes, anything from Russian language training to training for spacewalks in the neutral buoyancy lab, as we discussed earlier.
This corner looks like it's in the right place.
Once they are assigned to a mission, the astronauts continue their training, and they are always keeping their skills sharp.
It's very close. Oh, that might have been it.
What?
No, that might have been it. I think that's going to work. All right, do me a favor and put downward pressure a little bit if you can.
Holding it.
Our next question comes from Dan. We've gotten several questions about the glove check, and he wants to know what is the purpose and how often does it happen. Mission Control or the astronauts can ask for or provide a status on their gloves at any time, but it's timelined for almost every, to immediately occur almost every procedure. Sometimes the gloves can be damaged, so the astronauts take good precautions to make sure that there is no damage done to the gloves during the spacewalk. Some tasks like relocating the articulating portable foot restraint or lifting the orbital debris shield may cause more glove wear and tear than others.
There's giving enough force in there.
I heard that.
Yeah, I heard it too.
I felt it fall into the slot there.
Yeah, the problem is I have nothing to pull against. I need to put something down because I got nothing to...
Put a BRT on. A BRT. This'll work. Hold you like this.
You guys are doing a great job. We're just letting you work through the issue.
There we go. That worked. Hold that down. It doesn't come back. It's got to be held down so it doesn't come back up. That just punches through to the wire.
Well, I like
Got
it.
it.
I like it.
Got it.
Great job, guys. You are phenomenal.
The side ones.
Pretty much.
That center one is a good lock on it.
And you can try whichever other Zeus fastener is easiest for you to get to.
Copy. We're doing, that in?
We got starboard, is that
okay? Starboard's in. Oh, is it? No, that's not.
Yes, sir.
Copy. Starboard is in.
No, it's not in. But wait. I thought it was. It came back out.
Let's play it.
Astronauts confirming they have tightened 2 of the Zeus fasteners.
Just to verify, you have the center and the starboard Zeus in.
Negative. Only center so far.
Copy. Only center so far.
Sounded like a good jump. It took actually quite a lot of force to go that 90 degrees.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes. Right.
Oh, wait, that's actually, camera's not coming out. Into me, what do you think?
Good.
The line's only at 45 degrees, but it's holding.
We're now 4.5 hours into the spacewalk, and the astronauts are finishing up one of their tasks.
And just FYI, we lost your WVS, so we can't help out much here.
Okay, I think I must have pushed it. I can push it. I got your green light again. We're actually just trying to figure out if the starboard one is actually in or if we just kind of have it actually in.
Oh,
there we go. Yep.
Yep.
Okay, we are locked on the starboard side too.
Starboard locked. Have to push real hard.
Okay, and David, just FYI, we only need 2 Zeus fasteners installed, so we're going to move on from here. And David, great work, excellent work. So for you, Ann, you're going to stow that short T-handle tool in the crew lock bag, and then you'll grab the long T-handle and install it in the crew lock bag as well.
Okay. Right next to you. I can You're still ready to do this? So I'm going to
I'm sorry to do it. I'm going to put
send it over. Ready?
Ready.
Actually, you know what? Why don't you hand me that AET, and I'm going to hook the short handle to it also.
Do that, yeah, both together?
Yep.
Is there something in the crew?
Ann, just one quick question, Ann.
Um,
Can you verify that the starboard disease fastener turned a full 90 degrees?
It did, yeah.
Copy.
it's connected to this still. I'm going to let my ret go. And yes, there's a couple rets free from where the cables came out.
Okay.
Mission Control has shared that only 2 Zeus fasteners need to be tightened to confirm the attachment of this micrometeoroid orbital debris shield. The astronauts are now cleaning up the work site before moving on to their next tasks. McClain will continue working with the Canadarm backup power cables, and McClain Saint-Jacques will work with the Bartolomeo trunnions.
You can reinstall that adjustable.
That's a good reminder, thanks. I will get that as I leave, and I'll call it when I do it.
Copy, Ann, thanks.
Internet, both the handle tools are on one adjustable attached to an integral ref in the crew bag.
Copy that. So one of the things we need to do is a bag inventory. So whenever you guys are ready, we can do that bag inventory.
I can get that, David, if you want to start heading towards your next work site.
Do you wish?
Because I've got to go back by the airlock.
Leave it here.
Sure.
Okay, David, before you depart, can you give us a glove and hat check?
I got dry hat. And the gloves. Left glove, no change.
Copy, left glove.
Glove, no change.
Copy, no change on the glove and dry hat, and we have about 20 seconds to a handover. And David, you're heading back to the airlock.
Not the airlock.
Hear that sound? Please?
Say good?
You just hear that sound?
The spring sound?
Yes.
Good.
We're in another satellite handover and about 4 hours and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk. So far, the astronauts have moved one of the adapter plates that was used to store a lithium-ion battery.
On the back? Okay.
They've also installed some Ethernet cables and just installed some cables for backup power to the Canadarm2.
Yeah, we had a weird sound that both of us heard. It's mine.
And that may be due to the fact that we went through a handover, so it could have been from that.
Okay.
And could you describe the sound a little better?
It sounded like a spring. The boing.
Okay, copy.
David, end effector still cut on there?
Yep. Looking at the thing.
This is it. Your end effector's got to come off and back on. Or maybe we can pull around. There we go.
Right.
All right. We'll see you shortly. All right, Jeanette, are you ready for the crew lock bag inventory?
Ready.
Okay, on the outside, I have an adjustable equipment tether and a long wire tie. I'll open it up and right here. All right, on one of the integrals, I have a ratchet wrench with a 2-inch 1/16. I have an AET with a cap. I have a ret to the pocket caddy with a 9-inch hex. I have a ret to another cap. And then I have one of the integrals that goes to an AET. On one end of the AET is a short candle tool, and the other is a long candle tool. And then we also have the that pin puller.
Okay, and could you tell me how the loop pin puller is connected?
The pin puller is on an integral.
Copy on the integral.
Jeanette, I'm at the airlock. I'm going to retrieve the medium ore bag.
That's a good plan, David.
McClain worked with the teams on the ground to ensure that all of the tools were in the crew lock bag, and Saint-Jacques has translated back to the airlock, where he is stowing one bag and retrieving another before his next task on the Columbus module of the International Space Station.
And it might have, is that the one, two that were in series to the PGT that to be picked up?
Yep, there might be some on mine. Let me give you an entry of mine in the workstation.
Copy, David.
Without a rep change at the first work site. And Jeanette, I think that's it. I have 3 normal reps and 1 red tip pin on my mini workstation on top of the rep on my DRT. And the one
Copy that, David.
And the one for my camera.
Okay, and that's a good bag inventory. And David, thanks for the information on your mini workstation.
Jeanette, that AET from that connector is back on 133.
Copy, and thank you, Ann. And Ann, before you head out, could you give us a glove and hap check?
Firm. Glove. No change on the left. No change on the right, and a dry hap.
Copy, good, no change in gloves and good hap. Okay, you're heading back to the airlock, and you're going to stow that Node 1 Nader crew lock bag on handrail 0550 near the whip extender.
Copy. Jeanette, did you want me to stow that in the airlock? And this is the point where we talked. I could drop off my PGT and pick up the GoPro in order to do a GoPro survey of the
Copy that,
side
and
of S0.
stand by, I'm checking.
While McClain translates back to the airlock, we've got a couple of more Ask NASA questions. We have several classrooms in Canada watching today as Canadian Space Agency astronaut David Saint-Jacques, which you see right in the middle of your screen here, is doing his first spacewalk.
And we're about 10 minutes down on the timeline. Our PET is 4:40. So if you have time to do that, it's your call.
Our next question comes from Jordan Harcourt, whose class wants to know how the astronauts keep tools from floating away. You may have heard them use the term RET, or retractable equipment tether. Those tools are tethered both to themselves or to their mini workstation, which can be sort of like a little toolbox, as well as at some points they will tether the tools to different parts of the space station to keep them from floating away.
Medium or U bag, you're heading out to the Columbus worksite.
I think I have the bag on my DRT rested. I'll be on my way.
Copy all, David.
Okay, the crew lock bag is back in the airlock.
Copy, crew lock bag in the airlock.
Janetta, if the team is happy with me trading out my PGT, I will pick up the video camera.
Copy and checking. Copy and checking. And we're okay if you want to drop the PGT and pick up the GoPro.
Copy.
And then I'm on the fetus bird.
Copy, David. And as you're heading out to the Columbus worksite, you're going to nadir on the starboard lab struts, and you're going to drop your green hook on node 2, and I'll give you the hand roll as I see you translating out there.
Copy on node 2.
Saint-Jacques is now translating to the European Columbus module, where he will install some trunnion slip-off prevention.
Copy on phase 1, David.
The PGT and my RET for my swing arm are both back in the airlock. I have the GoPro on an integral RET to my swing arm.
Copy all
and
in.
back out the S0 site.
These trunnion slip-off preventers that Saint-Jacques will be working with today just arrived on the Progress 72 resupply craft that launched just last Thursday, April 4th. These are attachment points for the Bartolomeo platform. It's scheduled to arrive to the space station next year, and it's an external payload station that will be attached to the Columbus module.
0345, and you can drop your green hook there.
0345 for the green hook.
Jeanette, the thermal cover is closed. I begin my translation out to S0.
Copy, thermal cover closing. Can you do a quick safer check?
Good reminder. Safer handles are down.
And copy, safer handles down. So you're going to head out to the S0 Trust Bay 1, and I have a warning reminder for you as you head out there. Remember to observe a 2-foot keep-out zone from the ungrounded connector P338J338 Alpha, which is located in Bay 1, port nadir of handrail 3463, and also do not use the heat pipes for translation aids inside Bay 1 and Bay 0.
Copy, boss.
Engine I'm at 0345, dropping my green hook.
Copy, green hook on 0345, node 2.
While Saint-Jacques makes his way to install those trunnion slip-off preventers to the Columbus module, McClain is making her way to the S0 truss in Bay 1, where she will finish routing and mating the cables earlier stowed by Saint-Jacques. These are the same Canada Arm 2 backup power cables.
Okay, Ann, I see you on
Green hook.
S0. And David, for you, you're heading out to the starboard. You're heading out starboard to the Columbus end cone. And on the forward side of the end cone, you're looking for handrail 0901.
0901.
And you'll stow the medium or U bag there. And as you're going out there, I have one caution to read to you. The caution is to avoid inadvertent contact with the EHDC that you'll see on the node 2 forward end cone. However, the boom is acceptable for BRT loads.
Copy.
And Jeanette, I have ingressed the truss at S0.
I see that. So you can go ahead and translate to the truss jumper cable. You should see that sort of nadir in the truss, and you're looking for handrail 3451.
Confirm, I see the jumper cable.
And if you like, Ann, you can stow the cap keeper on your swing arm. You can use a rep from the to the cap keeper ring to your mini workstation rest.
Copy.
McClain is now in the Bay 1 section of the S0 truss, which is sort of like the backbone of the International Space Station. While in Bay 1, McClain will route one cable into the next section of the truss, Bay 0, and then she'll later leave this section of the truss, go into Bay 0, and complete mate the cable into its final configuration.
And David, for you, once you get to that handrail 0901, you can store the medium ORU bag on there, and you can also use it for a BRT location, or you can use the boom on the No 2 EWC boom.
Copy, and I am at 0901, the process of dropping the bag.
And we have a suggested body position if you like.
Stand by as I finish with the bag.
Copy.
And Jeanette, now that I'm seeing this connector from the backside, the initial impressions were true. The connector is touching structure.
Copy. The connector is touching structure.
Yeah, we got our pretty.
Jeanette, I have the bag stowed on 0901. I am also BRT to 0901.
Copy that.
I'll retrieve the MLI cover.
Copy. So you've read it to the D-ring of the large small adjustable from the ORU bag and released the adjustable from the bag. Is that correct?
Yes, not done that yet.
Okay, copy. And so then you've tethered to the scuff plate MLI with the large hook of the adjustable, and then you can grab the short T-handle tool from the ORU bag to release those 2 quarter-turn fasteners from the scuff plate.
Copy, putting that in work.
David is removing the multi-layer insulation and scuff plate cover so it doesn't get in the way of the robotics whenever they attach Bartolomeo after its arrival to the space station next year. As we mentioned previously, it will be attached to the Columbus module, which is aptly named. Bartolomeo is actually named for Columbus's younger brother, so it's very fitting that it will be attached to the European module Columbus.
And we have one quick question for you. We don't have video of you right now, but can you tell us if the back shell of the ungrounded connector is touching the back shell of any of the other connectors?
Let me turn it back. Hold on. And I just did a GoPro survey of the whole thing from a couple different angles, so hopefully that will be useful.
Yes, that'll be very useful, Ann.
And it is not. So there's behind the veil, there is a part that sticks that's like squarish and wider than all the rest. That portion is touching the panel that the other connectors are connected to, but the back shell itself of that connector is not touching anything else. Closest approach looks about half an inch from, I think that's the other side of the P3038 connector.
Okay, copy all, Ann. Those are great words. Thanks.
Jeanette, I have removed the scuff plate MLI. I have routed to the secondary, the tube up.
Copy. And David, please be sure to close the ORU bag to protect the other TSOP.
And we'll close the bag.
Thanks, David.
With that time that the red-blue cable, I believe I'm releasing start and 7, you can remind me?
So you're correct. You're going to release wire tie start 1 twist. And you are correct. As wire tie 5, you're going to connect it to handrail 3452.
Copy.
And just verify that your safety tether is not trapped by the cable or the wire tie.
Sorry, say again?
Verify that your safety tether is not trapped by the cable or the wire tie.
McClain is stowing the red cable being discussed on a nearby handrail for later installation. That won't be during today's spacewalk, but she will continue routing the blue cable into the nearby Bay 0 truss.
Verifying that your safety tether is not trapped by the cable or the wire tie.
Copy.
And for you, David, once you install the secondary T-stop, verify that the tether point is pointed zenith, and as you need to, you can lock out your ret to prevent inadvertent removal of the T-stop.
It's done. That is locked. Tether point is zenith.
Copy, and I have PGT settings when you're ready.
These trunnion slip-off preventers that McClain Saint-Jacques is installing are plugs going onto the end of the trunnions. These will help provide more stability for future payloads attached to the Bartolomeo platform. Saint-Jacques will be installing 2 of these preventers.
Good call, battery 39.4.
Say again, David?
I got a good call, battery 39.4. Ready for settings.
Copy that. Your PGT settings are alpha 1, clockwise 2, and you're going to turn the bolt about 15 turns.
Alpha 1, clockwise 2. 15 turns.
And at wire tie 5 is connected to 3452. I believe the next I'm releasing 6 and just configuring it low profile.
Is wire tie 6, that's correct, Ann.
As you can see, the space station is now in an orbital sunrise, flying over the South Pacific Ocean, and we have just reached 5 hours into this spacewalk.
Nice, Ann. I see that you've configured wire tie 6 in a low profile. And next you can release wire tie start, and that should separate the red and blue bundles.
Copy and work.
Guys, we have about 30 seconds to a short handover.
Copy.
You can see team members in mission control near the top of your screen. That's Jeanette Epps, NASA astronaut, who is walking the crew step by step through the task today. And right beside her in the blue shirt is astronaut Doug Wheelock. He's also serving as the Capcom for mission control. Near the bottom of the screen is Flight Director Rick Henfling leading the teams in the room today.
David, could you repeat that last call? We were just coming back up with you.
Yes, so 13 turns, green light, 2.5 on the torque. The islet is zenith.
Copy that, David. And David, that was a good torque turns and light. We're going to reconfigure the PGT again to Bravo 4, clockwise 2. And this time you're going to turn the boat 1 to 2 turns.
Bravo 4, clockwise 2, 1 to 2 turns.
And actually, David, we're looking for 16 to 17 total turns, so that would mean you're going to turn the boat about 3 to 4 turns.
I have 13 so far.
Copy, so 3 to 4 turns is what you're looking for.
Copy.
Jeanette, a quick question for you. I believe the procedure, I'm supposed to use wire tie 7 to track down this red cable to 3452. Are you okay if I use wire tie 8 red? Just got a little more slack in it.
Checking. Yes, and you can use that. There's no issues with that.
Okay, thanks.
And Jeanette, I got 19, green light, 19.2 on the torque after only 2 turns, so total 15.
Copy, total of 15 turns.
Jeanette, the red cable is tacked down to 3452.
Copy, 3452, Ann. And for you, David, that's a good config. And if you can verify there's no gap between the T-stop and the trunnion.
I can confirm no gap.
Copy, then you can release your rep from the secondary T-stop.
Copy.
And for you, Ann, you can route the blue bundle through the nadir triangle opening of the bay 00, and you're looking for a handrail 3472 on the other side. And you can use an adjustable to temp stow the blue bundle on that handrail.
Copy, I understand. And real quick question on wire tie number 6. To release it and put it to low profile, furthest I can release it without completely releasing it. It has 2 cables inside of it, which kind of holds the blue and the red a little closer together. And just want to make sure that that should be the last one, wire tie 6, that actually connects the 2 bundles.
Checking. Okay, and we concur with that.
Okay, great.
And for you, David, after you've released your rep from the T-stop, you can close and retrieve that ORU bag and stow it on your BRT. And
Okay, I'm taking a few photos of the stop.
Copy that. I was just about to ask.
You can see from Ann McClain's helmet camera, she is stowing that red cable on a handrail in the Bay 01 truss. Meanwhile, David Saint-Jacques has installed the secondary trunnion slip-off preventer. That's actually the first he has installed. Now he will move on to releasing the scuff plate multi-layer insulation on the near the primary, trunnion slip-off prevention, and then install that primary.
And David, one quick thing, thanks for taking the photos. Since we don't have WVS, those photos will come in handy.
I have a question for you for this bus area.
Go ahead, Ann.
There's a cable that kind of runs through, it's tacked down a couple places, but kind of runs diagonally through the open space in the bay, which makes it kind of tricky to navigate around in. And there's a wire tie on it that is not connected to anything. I'm wondering if you mind if I tack that down to 3450. It would just kind of keep it out of the way. I don't see an obvious marking on the cable, other than it has wire ties that are marked.
Copy, Ann, checking.
Okay, so Whiskey 0087 is part of it. It looks to be kind of a cable that splits in 5 ways.
Okay, and we understand what you mean about the connector. It's an Ethernet cable. So it can't run alongside of the power cables that you're installing. So you can tack it down, but it should be separate from the power cables.
Okay, 3450, which is the adjacent handrail, has nothing tied to it. And I think if I just tie it back, it'll protect hardware a little bit more for future travelers through here.
Copy, handrail 3450. Copy that.
Yeah, and just for reference, I'm using a wire tie that says S0 handrail 3455, so right, it's been supposed to be attached somewhere.
Copy that, Ann.
All right, and that's attached, and I'm going to go ahead and egress.
Copy, and once you egress, check your safer handles.
Here's a net on at the primary top location.
Copy that, and you should be looking at handrail 0938. You can stow the medium ORU bag there and BRT to that location.
Copy 0938, I'm there.
And David, we'll go back. There should be 2 handrails there. You can BRT to the 0938 or 0939.
Okay, I see the option. Go for 0938.
Copy, 0938. And before you enter the S0 bay, just one quick warning reminder that the ungrounded connector is directly on the opposite side of the bulkhead, so don't wrap your hands around the bulkhead close to the connector, and don't translate on any of the existing cables.
And my safer handles are down.
Copy, safer handles are down. So, Ann, it looks like you know where you're going.
I think I do. I see the cable.
Excellent.
You can see NASA astronaut Ann McClain has egressed the S0 truss, and she's moving to the next portion of the truss, Bay 0, where she will finish mating the blue cable to provide backup power to the Canadarm2.
And Ann, one quick recommendation. We recommend that you go in head first.
Okay, I tried that a few times.
Copy.
Brackets hanging out from the diagonal. There's a couple of brackets hanging out from the diagonal that are catching.
Copy. And we have an alternate route for you to get into the truss if you like.
Okay, I'll try this again. All right, found the one angle that worked.
Copy, Ann. Good job. We knew you'd find it.
How's it going, David?
Hello. Yep. So, Matt, I have retrieved the plate MRI of the primary top. I have the primary top in my hand, and I'm about to dock it, soft dock it.
Thanks, David, for that report. So you can soft dock that primary T-stop on the trunnion pin and verify there's no gap between the T-stop and the trunnion.
Okay.
And for you, Ann, you're going to translate over to the blue cable bundle on handrail 3472 and retrieve that. I have one quick caution reminder to read to you as well. On the panel Alpha 162, it's near the zenith portion of the S0, so it's a tight space with other connectors and cables in the area, so use caution not to disturb those other connectors. And I see you've retrieved the blue bundle. And if you can assess the worksite access to panel Alpha 160.
And Jeanette, for the primary top, I'm not able to soft dock it. Looking down the trunnion pin, that well does not appear deep enough to do so. After about half an inch of threading, what I see is It looks like a square, a tool interface, about half an inch deep, and that's the end of the well, if you want, on the tip of the trunnion.
Copy, David. Stand by. And David, if you copy, you're taking photos. You read my mind, David. We were just about to ask that.
All right, I am at the panel, also 162.
Copy.
I believe I'm actually going to be demating the A1 side of this connector, is that right?
You're going to demate the Papa 329 from the J329. The J329 is on the panel on the port side, and it's the Zenith connector.
It is on that port side. Okay, I see Papa 329 on Whiskey 4145.
Those are good numbers, Ann.
Okay, I understand. Go to demate.
Stand by. Let me check and make sure that you have a go. And Ann, you do have a go to demate.
Mark. Jeanette, in order to get this side loading, can I undo the TA clamp?
Checking. Yes, Ann, you can release the TA clamp.
Copy, thanks.
This is camera footage from McClain's wireless video system.
David, we're talking about the primary T-stop, so stand by.
Yeah, copy. I think I have a reasonable photo. The lighting happens to be pretty good. This.
Copy, David.
McClain is currently in the S0 truss, Bay 00, where she will demate one connector before mating another two. She'll then give mission control the go to power up the 4B channel if everything looks good.
All of a sudden, you are now only faint and only in my right ear.
Copy. Here's a test 1, 2, 3, 4. How do you read that?
I can read you, but faint and only in the right ear. I don't know if it's just my positioning inside the truss.
And the VD2 sounds like what I experienced earlier.
And can you check your HAP, and can you tell us whether or not you feel sweat on your head?
Oh, it does not feel wet.
Copy. It could be the moisture into the air cup.
Jeanette, P329 is demated from the Alpha 162 panel.
Copy. And can you give us a check?
I have a good EMI band, no FOD, and good pins.
Copy. No FOD, good pins, and good EMI band. Okay. Next, you can you have to go to remove the caps from the blue cable and store it on your cap keeper. You should have a plug cap and a jack cap. Okay. Okay, David, for you, if you can go ahead and remove the primary T-stop and stow it in the medium RU bag while we talk about it a little bit on the ground, and stand by.
Okay. We need to the MLI back or not yet?
And David, you can keep the MLI in the ORU bag.
Okay. And Jeanette, the primary stop back in the middle RU bag, a bit closed.
Copy that. Stand by. We're still discussing on the ground.
Okay.
Okay, Jeanette, I have the caps removed from both blue connectors.
Copy that, Ann. David, stand by. Okay, for you, Ann, you have a go to mate the P329 alpha to the J329 on the panel.
The Papa 329 Alpha Blue, the Alpha 162 panel.
Good readback. And David, stand by. We'll get Ann going here to mate these, and then we'll want to get some more information from you.
Okay.
Okay, David, in the meantime, if you can think about how you would describe this square feature that you're seeing, and we'll get back to you shortly after we get Ann through the connection of these connectors.
And Jeanette, just be advised, I can still only barely hear you out of one ear.
Copy, Ann.
All right, that is connected over center.
Copy, we see over center. And then you can connect the P329 to the J329 alpha on the cable.
Copy, P329, the November 4145 cable. The 329 Alpha from the Whiskey 4193 cable.
Those are good numbers, Ann. And for you, David, can you give us the report of what you're seeing?
Yes, so the center of the trunnion there's a aluminum plate with several holes. A large central hole has threads, maybe down to 3/4 of an inch of thread. And beyond that, there's maybe, I'll go in details, like a 1/4 inch arrow section that's wider than the threads. And then that narrows down to a square well, about, I want to say, 1/2 inch inside and 1/2 inch in depth. And that is blind. So the primary top pin, the field just bumps at the bottom of that square well before the soft docking features can engage anywhere.
Okay, we copy you, David. Stand by. We're still talking on the ground.
Okay.
P329 is connected to J329 Alpha of the blue connector over center.
Copy all, over center. Okay, and if you're satisfied with those connections, do we have a go to power up channel 4 Bravo?
Okay, I'm happy with those connections, and I will work on wire ties.
Copy that.
And so you know, I'm taking a cap keeper onto my MWS, and it has 2 caps and 1 jack plug.
Copy that. We see that. Thanks, Ann. So next, if you can, you can secure the slack in the cable as needed and verify that your safety tether's not trapped, and then we'll get a WVS survey.
Copy.
And one item, Ann, if you can go back and reconnect that TA clamp that you loosened to get the connector off the panel.
Affirmative.
A live view here of David Saint-Jacques while teams on the ground work to determine what object he's seeing inside the primary trunnion.
David, stand by. We're still talking on the ground.
That TA clamp is close.
We saw that. Excellent work, Ann, as usual.
About 5.5 hours into the spacewalk, Ann McClain has completed routing and installing the backup power cable for the Canadarm2, and she will begin to egress the S0 Bay 0 truss on the space station. On the right side of your screen, David Saint-Jacques is outside the Columbus module, working to install some trunnion slip-off prevention for a future Bartolomeo external payload platform.
Okay, David, we're still talking about things that we can have done shortly. So we're still talking on the ground, so continue to stand by.
Okay.
That wire tie start is on 3469. I'm working on getting another one on.
Copy, 3469.
Confirm.
And for you, we need more information on that square part. Can you tell if it's a separate part of the trunnion or is it an integrated piece?
Good question. Slightly different color, so it might be a different metal. The insert on the surface of the insert inside the trunnion pin is a particular color, kind of steel-like. That deeper square well at the bottom has a slightly maybe tan tinge to it. It looks to me like a different piece.
Okay, we copy all. Still talking.
Usually metal though.
And David, did you check to see if you could rotate the T-stop since it has 3 pins on the end to try to fit it into the trunnion pin?
Yes, so I tried that, but we don't get anywhere near where the pins would engage, the 3 pins. We'll get about half an inch of clearance there. It is not because of it. That's why I thought first, clocking of the 3 pins, but that's not what it is.
Okay, copy that, David. Good words.
All right, Jeanette, I got photos of the area, and hopefully in the WVS you should be able to see it right now.
Copy, and we're looking. Okay, Ann, that's a great WVS. You can go ahead and egress the truss. We may have a couple of other things for you to do since David had some issues with the primary T-stop. So you can go ahead and egress the bay and give us a safer check.
Okay, copy. And when I egress, I'll give you another comm check, but I'm still only hearing you faint out of one ear.
Copy. You're still only hearing me out of one. Copy.
And really faint.
And when you egress, if you can check your volume, that may help with the comms issue.
Copy. I'm actually going to put the caps in my trash bag right now, so I'll check it right now because I'm going to drop my workstation.
Copy that, Ann.
And Jeanette, do you want me to try putting the top in again? And try to go full circle around it to try all clockings?
Yes, David, go ahead and try that again.
Just don't think, frankly, that the well is overall deep enough. I'll put them side by side in perspective.
Copy, David.
Would be worried if I try to mate it again that somehow the docking feature will latch on the threads and we won't be able to pull it out?
Copy, David.
Just a question. Otherwise, I'm happy to try again.
Okay, David, stand by.
NASA astronaut Anne McClain is wrapping up the final scheduled task on her timeline for today and may have the opportunity to work on some get-aheads. She will egress the truss here and perform a SAFER check. That stands for Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, an EVA being a spacewalk or extravehicular activity. The SAFER is sort of like a miniature propulsion unit. The astronauts use several tethers to stay connected to the space station, but just in case something were to happen and they became untethered, the SAFER would come in handy to help them relocate back to the International Space Station. It's never been used, only tested, but we know that it works.
And if you can do a SAFER check and a glove and half check.
Yep, and I'm just working on getting out still. And just, I did turn up my volume, so you're still fainter than you should be at this volume in one ear, but louder than you were before.
Okay, copy that. That's good, Ann. So, David, with the primary T-SOP, you have 3 pins, and then you have the center. Can you verify that they're all through holes as you try to install it into the trunnion?
There's not a single through hole there.
So there's not a through hole in the center?
You have one more look before the sun sets. All the holes are blind. The hole for the 3 pins are blind, and the hole for the big center pin is obstructed by that square well that I described earlier.
Okay, copy that, David.
There are 4 through holes that are threaded, like 4 smaller thread holes along the perimeter of the big central hole. 4 of them. Those look to me like they go straight through. Yeah, the insert.
Okay, copy, David. We're still talking on the ground.
I'll stand by the attempting installation.
Copy, David.
Maybe one more piece of information. The 3 holes where the guiding pins would go, although they're not going straight through, they appear to be deep enough to accept the 3 pins. Interference is with the central pin.
Okay, we copy all, David.
come out of the truck, did it? Wondered if that was going to happen.
Copy that, Ann. Great job.
And checking my safer handles. And stand by for safer handles.
Copy, Ann, and we'll take a glove and hap check when you're done with that.
All right, safer handles are down.
Copy, safer handles are down.
The glove, the only change is on that pointer finger. You can probably see it in my WVS. A lot of that RTV is peeling back.
Copy that, and which glove was that, Ann?
My left glove, left pointer finger.
Copy that, left.
On the left, so at the kind of the crease in the finger, I see some white threads on the tray. So like one layer of the RTV is peeled back, and then the second layer has, looks like eraser wear with white threads through it.
Copy that, Ann.
Skin.
And there's no change in your right?
Change in the right and dry hat. And no change in comm since I got out here either.
Copy
so
that, Ann.
On the one side.
And did you see any cut threads on the left glove?
The left glove has the pointer finger that I just told you about, but other than that, no change.
Okay, copy that, Ann.
I think you should be able to see that in my WVS.
Right now, we don't have a WVS.
And I just pressed the button and got you back a green light.
Copy, and we now have WVS. And stand by, we're tucking on the ground for the next steps.
Copy, and sounded like a broken message that just came up, but I got your last, that you're talking about forward plan.
That's correct, we're talking about the forward plan. Okay, guys, big picture. First, for you, David, we'd like for you to go ahead and clean up the work site and start heading back. And don't forget to pick up your green hook on the Node 2.
Copy. Do you want the MLI back on the scuff?
David, no, you do not have to replace the MLI on the trunnion pin. And for you, Ann, since we have a few minutes, if you are up for it, we can route some of the spider cable to the back to the rat's nest. We don't have to get it completed. We have about probably 15 or so minutes if you want to get started on that.
Hey, I can do that. If the comm gets any worse, I'll let you know. My concern would be if I stopped hearing you.
Copy that, Ann, and of course.
At 5 hours and 48 minutes into today's spacewalk, Canadian Space Agency astronaut David Saint-Jacques is cleaning up the work site at the Columbus module after the primary trunnion slip-off preventer was decided not to be installed today. They will later look at some photos that he took of the area and analyze next steps. He'll begin to translate back to the airlock. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Anne McClain is still outside of the Bay 0 area, and she will begin to work on some get-ahead procedures. She'll be routing the same spider cable that was installed earlier to the Rat's Nest area of the International Space Station. The Rat's Nest is where the S0 truss, Z1 truss lab, and Node 1 all meet and connect cables for things like power, ammonia monitoring, and more.
If we can start over. Only thing I got from that was that you had an adjustable on the outside of the bag.
Okay, for the inside, I have two scuff plate MRIs, each on a large, small adjustable. I have a short T-handle on a ret. I have a round scoop on an adjustable feather. I have a socket caddy on a ret. On the socket caddy are two sockets, a 7/16 9-inch rigid and a wobble 6-inch. In front of me I have the primary top on a ret.
Okay, David, that's a good config. You can head back to the airlock, and actually, before you head out, could you give us a glove and hat check?
I'll close the bag and give you that.
And for you, Anne, you're translating back to that lab handrail 0288 where the IDA bag was located.
0288 where the IDA bag was located. Copy, and I just stopped to drop my green hook on face 1 so that David has a clear shot back, and discovered that my safety tether is wrapped around my swing arm, so I was just cleaning that up. And I'm going to drop my green hook. If you're okay with it, at the stanchion at mile marker 7800.
Copy that, mile marker 7800.
Change the nut. I have a dry hat. No changes on the left glove. No changes on the right glove.
Copy, no changes on the glove and a good hap. And don't forget to pick up your green hook from the Node 2 before you head back to the airlock.
Good reminder. Thanks.
And good news, there's good power connectivity on that cable that you just connected up.
That is great news.
Well done.
As we approach the 6-hour mark in the spacewalk, just a recap of all of the things that the astronauts have accomplished today. We are rounding out the end of the timeline tasks.
Until a certain time or until David gets back.
Standby checking.
To start the day, the astronauts relocated the adapter plate for a battery from its slot in slot 6 to on top of another adapter plate in slot 2, freeing up that space for nickel hydrogen batteries to be installed robotically later on.
Okay, and we only need about 10 to 15 minutes of the cable routing, however much you can get done in that time.
Okay. Sounds good.
The astronauts also installed a spider cable to route Ethernet to different parts of the space station, which Anne will be revisiting for her next get-ahead steps.
Standby checking.
David, as you do come up, I drop my green hook on face 1 above the port lab struts.
I see where you are.
Okay.
I'm back on node 2 today.
Copy, you're on node 2.
Following the spider cable installation, the astronauts installed some jumper cables on node 1, and those will provide backup power to the Canadarm2.
David, thanks for the offer, but for the CP13, but today is not needed. We just wanted to get a little bit of a start on the spider cable routing app.
Copy.
So, David, you can head back to the airlock and store that medium or U-bag in the airlock.
Copy. I have retrieved my green hook. All 3 wheels unlocked.
Copy, you picked up your green hook and both wheels are unlocked.
On my way to the airlock.
Copy, David.
And I'm at the spider cable in it.
Excellent, we see that, Ann. So, Ann, the idea here is to start routing the Whiskey 4300 cable back aft. So you're going to go towards the ESP1, and you're going to start at the handrail 0288, and then release wire ties in numerical ascending order as required, and secure wire ties to the nearest handrails. And if you could report the handrails to us.
Okay, I've just released 1 off of 288. Actually, I'm going to release the cable and then check down 1 to 288.
Copy, Ann. And if there's an adjustable on the spider cable, I believe that David put it in the IDA bag, but in case he didn't, you can release that and stow it on your mini workstation.
Okay.
We've got a view right here of Canadian Space Agency astronaut David Saint-Jacques heading back towards the airlock to wrap up his first spacewalk. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Anne McClain is routing a spider cable, one that was installed previously under the micrometeoroid orbital debris shield, McClain will be routing this cable down the side of the lab, and it will provide Ethernet power to various locations on the International Space Station.
Wire tie space as far aft as possible because there's already a couple cables on there, but the station's kind of clobbered. Can I do a loop of the wire tie around the existing cable that's already wire tied here?
Checking
Just hold
in.
it in place better and keep that handrail free.
I understand what you're saying. Checking.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, and you're going to wire tie all those cables together.
On space one.
Thanks.
V2 at the top of the feeder spur.
Copy, David.
Wire tie 1, 288, moving aft.
Copy that, and that's on handrail 0288, correct?
Perfect.
V2 is at the airlock.
Copy that, David. You can go ahead and temp stow that, or stow the medium ORU bag in the airlock.
Work.
You can see David Saint-Jacques has made it back to the Quest airlock. He will remain inside the crew portion of the airlock while Anne McClain continues routing that wireless Ethernet cable.
Copy, thermal cover open.
Yeah, releasing wire tie 2.
Copy that, Ann.
Wire tie 2 is going to go to 286.
Copy, wire tie to 0286.
Right or your bag is threaded inside the airlock.
Okay, copy that, David. So at this time, if you can egress the airlock, check your safer handles and close the thermal cover, and Ann should be there shortly.
And an adjustment to my last, I'm actually going to put this on 285. Wire tie 2 on 285.
Wire tie 2 on 0285, is that correct?
285, is that correct? I'm going to I take that back. It's not going to quite reach. It's going to have to go on 286. Sorry about that.
No worries, copy 286 for wire tie 2.
Engine thermal cover is closed.
Copy, David. If you can hang out for a few minutes, Ann should be done shortly.
Okay, and on the aft on the particular handrail.
Sounds good. Enjoy the view.
And if you can connect one more wire tie, you would go to handrail 0285 and temp stow the bundle there and then head back to the airlock.
I'm good. So I'm going to go one more handrail with a bundle. 85.
Good read back.
While NASA astronaut Anne McClain continues routing the spider cable previously installed earlier, we are just over 6 hours and 4 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Wire tie 3.
Copy that. Wire tie 3 on 0285 and temp stow in the bundle.
She is temporarily stowing the rest of the cable to be routed at a later date.
Unless you want me to disconnect it first.
The crew started out this morning by removing the adapter plate 6 from its location and stacking it on top of adapter plate 2. Later on in the week, the robotics controllers on the ground will maneuver the nickel hydrogen battery into the now empty slot to complete the configuration and restore that power channel back to full function. The crew then translated to the micrometeoroid orbital debris shield on the lab and removed that to install the spider cable underneath. This cable will provide Ethernet to the space station. Shortly after, they moved over to Node 1, the Unity module. Working on separate sides, they both installed truss jumper cables, and these provide backup power to the Canadarm2. Afterward, Anne McClain moved over to the S0 truss, where she continued routing a cable previously connected by Canadian Space Agency astronaut David Saint-Jacques. She installed that truss jumper cable. Meanwhile, Saint-Jacques was working on the Bartolomeo trunnion slip-off prevention installation. Bartolomeo is an external payload platform that is scheduled to arrive next year. He took some photos of the work site, and the controllers and teams on the ground are going to look at those and determine next steps on how to best install the primary slip-off preventer.
Copy, wire type 3, forward stanchion 0285. Great, Ann, and you can head back to the airlock and pick up your green hook.
And this view here of Canadian Space Agency astronaut David Saint-Jacques, who is back at the airlock and has completed his tasks for the day. Anne McClain is finishing up a little bit of routing that extra spider cable, and she is now heading back to the airlock as well. As NASA astronaut Anne McClain heads back toward the airlock to join David Saint-Jacques, we have another Ask NASA question from Holly, who wants to know if there will be any more spacewalks this year. It's a good question. We are on the third spacewalk of 4, and that's only for this next couple of months. On May 29th, there will be a spacewalk performed by Russian cosmonauts Alexei Yevchinin and Oleg Kononenko.
Okay, David, we see Ann heading back, so you have a go to open the thermal cover and ingress the airlock, and you can attach your waist tether to the airlock D-ring extender and check gate close and hook lock.
Copy, work. Jeanette, thermal cover is open.
Copy, thermal cover is open.
Jeanette, I have my tether to the airlock D-ring extender, gate closed, black on black.
Copy that, David. And when Ann gets there, you can give Ann a go to release your anchor hook.
And I'm coming down the, just right here to David. I'll be there in a sec.
Copy.
Anne McClain has now arrived back to the hatch on the Quest airlock.
Just as a reminder, recall that you connected David's safety tether to the aft D-ring, airlock D-ring. So when you release, be sure to release his and not yours.
Thank you.
When the astronauts are both in the Quest airlock, there will be a series of equipment checks, and the spacewalk clock will stop once the astronauts have closed the hatch and airlock repressurization has begun.
I'm going to... You are locked black and black, correct?
And that was for you, David.
Hello?
Yep, can you hear me?
I can hear you very faint.
Yep, you are locked black on black, correct?
So, I have my waist tether to the airlock D-ring extender, gate closed, black on black.
Okay, great. I'm going to release your safety tether, and I'm going to connect it to my left waist tether.
Copy.
Copy all, Ann.
All right, EV2's safety tether is to my left waist tether. I see 2 gates closed, 2 sliders locked, both black on black.
Copy that, Ann. That's a good config. And now you can go ahead and release your anchor hook from the airlock forward external D-ring and stow it on your mini workstation.
That is on my mini workstation. And which side are you on to be?
I am on the forward side.
Right.
Just like we were for egress.
Copy. I'm going to take my waist header off the circumferential handrail.
And we see you ingressing the airlock, and don't forget to grab the thermal cover. We have 30 seconds to a short handover.
Copy.
Right. I need to get my feet down there.
Can leverage against my hand, Phil?
Okay, copy. Thermal cover is closed, and
Cover is closed.
And the Velcro is attached.
We're in a short handover. The lead spacewalk officer for today is John Malarski. He has been overseeing the team and monitoring suit information. He's also walked through the procedures and fed information to the teams on the ground.
And remove your DCM cover and Velcro the cover to the DCM.
Can you say again last? We only got half of that.
So did you attach the Velcro strap from the thermal cover?
Let me get that. Good reminder. The whole thermal cover just came open. Stand by.
We've got a view on the left of the astronauts closing the thermal hatch cover. And on the right, NASA astronaut Christina Cook waiting in the equipment portion of the Quest airlock. After repressurization, she'll be there to help the astronauts doff their suits.
And remove your DCM cover and Velcro the cover to the DCM. And one quick note is that a TCV setting of 8 max C minimizes the time for SEU cooling.
Yep, copy. Number 8.
See you out of the pouch.
I see the pouch as well for either one.
Okay, we're now in the crew lock repress cue card. So on your DCMs, you guys have a go to connect your SCUs to the DCM.
In work.
Copy and report locked.
V1, SCU on and locked.
Copy, EV1.
EV2 SCU locked.
Copy EV2, SCU lock. Next, take your water switch to off.
V1 water off.
Okay, we start a timer for 2 minutes.
Add a message, water off.
This view from NASA astronaut Anne McClain's helmet. They are inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, and you can see that thermal hatch cover just above that they have closed.
Let's see if you could pull a couple of these things that way, David.
Yep.
And getting some floaters near up near the hatch, like a PGT and some cabling. Just wondering
Only
if you
about 30 more
if you
seconds,
can pull
guys.
some stuff. 30 more seconds, guys. Yeah. Don't want anything bumping the thermal cover again. Thank you.
Okay, Ann and David, the 2 minutes are up. You have a go to check the EV hatch and make it closed and locked.
Copy. And the handle is in the left. With left location. You get my seat down again, thanks. The hatch is closed and locked.
Copy, hatch is closed and locked. For you, David, on the UIA, the oxygen for EMU 1 and 2 valves, 2 of them, take them to open.
Both open. EMU 1, oxygen, EMU 2, oxygen, open.
Hey, Jeanette, I just hit the latch handle, and the lock thing popped up, and the latch handle moved counterclockwise. Does that indicate that it is not in a good latch position? I can get unlatched and re-crank it latched if you like.
And can you confirm that the latch handle is in the locked position?
Latch handle is at the 6:30 position on the clock. The decal shows latched. And I gave the hatch a good tug, and I relocked it, so I think it's in a good config.
Okay, copy that in. Okay, and that's a good config. And next on the UIA, switch the power for EV1 and EV2, two of them, to on, ON, on.
Power EV1 on. Green LED, EMU on. Power EV2 on. Green LED, EMU2.
Copy to power LEDs for both EMUs are on, and check that the power for EV1 and EV2, the volts are between 18 and 19 volts.
We have 18.6 on both.
Excellent. And last, on your DCM, switch the power to SCU, and you'll get a warning tone.
V1, power SCU. Power restart message.
Power SCU.
Copy, Ann and David. So with that, I'm going to hand off to Christina and the equipment lock. It was great working with you guys.
And it was great working with you. Thank you to all the teams down there for a third in the series of these EVAs. We know that it's a lot of hard work and a lot of big size of release as soon as this hatch did get closed. And on behalf of Expedition 59, we want to dedicate these last 3 EVAs to the robo teams in the U.S. and in Canada. You guys have been doing 24-hour operations to make all of this possible, and 24-hour operations don't happen without some sacrifices like missed birthdays and other occasions with your family. So it's also for your families. And for another word on that, I'm going to pass it off to David.
Thank you, Anne. I think these weeks of joint operations with robotics and EVA are a glimpse to the future. As we venture further into space, back to the moon and into Mars, we'll be doing exploration objectives joining the forces of robotics operations and human operations. And again, a great example in the spirit of international collaboration, teams working together around the globe towards a common goal. Because when we manage to look beyond our differences, we achieve things that seem impossible. That's how we progress. Thanks, everybody.
Well, those were great words, Ann and David. Thank you so much, and very kind of you for those words. We look forward to seeing you on the ground.
Jeanette, great job.
And David, this is your Expedition 59 crew back with you. We enjoyed your words as well. Thank you both for that. With that, can both take your O2 actuators to press.
EV1 is press.
EV1.
EV2, press.
EV2. You're going to check that the EV hatch MPEV is closed. That's for Ann.
MPEV is closed on the EV hatch.
Copy. And I will be taking the IV hatch equalization valve just off of off. And you can expect an alert tone. We'll start with a very low rate.
Copy.
When the astronauts begin to repressurize the hatch, that will be the airlock. That will mark the end of today's spacewalk.
Between off and norm, please let me know how that rate feels.
Copy.
Copy. Comfortable for EV2?
Same for EV1.
And David, repeat your last.
I say the rate is comfortable.
Copy, good rate.
just as a data point, I can still only hear out of the one ear, and now the whole inside of my visor is like moist. It's not fogged because I think I have the anti-fog, but it's definitely wet.
And the palm is EV2, you're barely audible.
Can you hear me?
Barely.
You both have low comm and moisture in the helmet for EV1 and ground. How did you copy?
And Christina, just to be clear, not a water in the helmet case, just a kind of thin layer of moisture all over the visor, and then still only hearing out of one ear.
Houston, copies all.
Copy, and just the moisture and comm in one ear, and so that you know, we have you loud and clear on our end.
Copy.
And Christina, I have you loud and clear, but I have Anne very, very faint.
Copy, you also have faint comm. And airlock, how did you copy the EV cruise reports?
Airlock, Houston, we copied all, Christina. And let's get a HAP check for Anne.
And wheels, my hat feels dry.
Copy.
Doesn't feel like there's been any change. There was a noticeable change on moisture inside of my visor in the last, 15 minutes.
Okay, copy. Thanks, Ann.
EV crew, how's that rate? Would you like it increased?
It's a good rate for me. Happy to go a little faster.
Copy one, and David, how do you feel about the rate?
This is comfortable. You could try faster. LFP currently 0.8.
Copy, you have airlock pressure 0.8. We'll crack it a little higher.
Now that repressurization of the airlock has begun, the Spacewalk official time ended at 6 hours and 29 minutes, or exactly 1 p.m. Central Time. That's the first spacewalk for David Saint-Jacques and Anne McClain's second spacewalk.
I wanted you to take a look at David's pigtail, biomid pigtail, when you get to that point. Just kind of check and make sure it's firmly seated.
Copy, and you mean the J1P1 on the Reba?
And Houston, you were barely audible.
Actually, Nick heard you say biomed, so we'll check the biomed pigtail.
Yeah, the pigtail, the biomed.
Copy, wheels. And brake. David, repeat your last.
Remember?
And David, repeat your last. Would you like a slower rate?
Comfortable, airlock 1.2. And Christina,
Copy, comfortable rate and airlock pressure 1.2.
And Christina, I can hear you 4 on 5, but I can barely hear the ground.
Okay, that's good data. So copy, you can hear me at full volume, but very low on the ground. And for your essay, if you didn't get the full read on what Wheels just read up, it's just some extra checks that we're going to be doing while we doff your suit.
Copy.
For the EV crew, we're showing about 2 psi from our end.
Copy, also show 2 PSI.
And how is the rate?
It's fine for me.
Comfortable.
With today's spacewalk totaling 6 hours and 29 minutes, we've got some spacewalk statistics. This being Anne McClain's second spacewalk, she now has a total spacewalk time of 13 hours and 8 minutes. This is David Saint-Jacques' first spacewalk, leaving him with a spacewalk total time of 6 hours and 29 minutes. This is the 216th spacewalk of the assembly and maintenance of the International Space Station. That comes out at 1,354 hours and 53 minutes of total time spent outside the hatch by astronauts. And that equivalates to 56 days, 10 hours, and 53 minutes spent in space. Of the 3 spacewalks these past 2 weeks, which is the 2019 total, they in all lasted 19 hours and 53 minutes.
And if the rate is good for you guys, I'll go ahead and crack it a little bit more.
Sure.
Copy. LFC 3.0.
Copy 3.0, and how's the rate?
It's good for EV1.
Copy EV1, and David, how's the rate for you?
How's the rate?
EV2 for David.
Can you hear me okay?
How's the rate for you?
Very comfortable.
Can you hear Christina okay?
And I can barely hear you.
Okay, the rate is good?
Yep.
Yep, and copy
Can you
rate
hear me?
is good for EV1 and EV2. As a heads up, when you see 4.0 PSI, you can expect an alert tone. And after that, at 5.0 PSI, I'll be taking the hatch equalization valve toe off, and we'll do a 2-minute wait and then a leak check on the hatch.
Copy? Copy.
LFC 4.1.
C4.1.
Pressure in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock now rising. It's 4.88 pounds per square inch at the moment.
And EV crew, copy, we are at 5.0. I'm taking the valve 2 off.
EV1, copy.
And David, how copy?
Copy. We have reached 5.0. I have.
Okay, we're now starting a 2-minute wait for the crew lock pressure to stabilize.
Copy.
Copy, 2-minute wait.
We have 30 seconds to go on our 2-minute wait, and then we'll be doing a 1-minute leak check.
EV1, copy.
Copy.
Starting 1-minute leak check.
2 copies.
To recap today's spacewalk and times, it was a 6-hour and 29-minute spacewalk ending at 1 p.m. Central Time, the 216th spacewalk in total in support of space station maintenance and assembly. It was the third spacewalk conducted this year, and those total out at 19 hours and 53 minutes. Of the 216 spacewalks, this totals 1,354 hours and 53 minutes, which equates to 56 days, 10 hours, and 53 minutes. It was the second spacewalk of Anne McClain's career, totaling out at 13 hours and 8 minutes, and the first spacewalk for David Saint-Jacques, leaving him with 6 hours and 29 minutes outside the hatch. Saint-Jacques is the fourth Canadian to walk in space.
So I show us continuing in step 8.
Copy, and EV1's glove heaters are off.
Copy. Glove heaters off for EV1, and David, I know yours were working, but can you please confirm they are in OFF?
Heater, OFF, both gloves.
Copy. Please check your gloves for contamination.
EV1, no contamination.
EV2, no contamination.
Copy both. You can take your O2 actuators to IV.
In work. EV1, IV.
Copy EV1.
EV2 is IV.
Copy EV2. I'll be taking the IV hatch equalization valve up to norm slowly.
EV1, copy.
Copy.
And how is that rate?
Comfortable for EV1.
Comfortable.
Copy.
LSD 6.0.
Copy 6.0. And for your SA, we're going to just be taking this all the way until we have a DPDT around 0.
And Christina, for EV1, just be advised that the little bit of comm that I just had in my right ear just got worse, and now I can kind of barely hear you.
Okay, copy that. You don't have me now either, so we have a low comm volume. I'll speak up. How copy?
I will check my volume.
LSD 7.1.
Again, EV1.
Okay, I have you a little bit now, Christina. Say again your last.
Yep, and I just asked Davi to repeat his last, actually. V2, this is IV. How copy?
Copy, can you hear?
V2, this is Suit IV. How copy?
EV2, copy you very faint, about 1 on 5. How copy?
C, low, and Ann had success turning her volume up for better comm. Are you able to increase your volume?
EV2, I'm at max volume.
See, you're already at max.
Yes.
Speak up.
And Christina, at max volume, I could just barely make you out.
Okay, copy. You're both at max, and you have me about 1 by 5. I will speak up, and we're monitoring you through the window, and we're watching our pressure rise slowly as we expect it to. We'll be listening if anything is uncomfortable for your clearing as we take the pressure up.
One copy.
I'll copy. LSD 9.1.
Airlock pressure 9.1.
Comfortable.
Copy, comfortable for EV2.
Crew lock pressure continuing to rise, now at 9.6 pounds per square inch. We will wait for that to rise to 14.7 pounds per square inch and level out with the rest of the International Space Station. That's about the same sort of pressurization that we're used to here at sea level on Earth. We're in a satellite handover now, and you're getting a look at the room of flight controllers who have worked through today's mission, worked with the astronauts and on the systems on which they operated today.
We're showing a crew lock pressure of about 12 at this time. How copy?
Copy. We show 12.12.2.
Copy, you're seeing 12.2.
.0.
Say again for suit IV.
LXD 13.1.
See 13.1.
You can see NASA astronauts Christina Cook and Nick Hague, who both performed a spacewalk just over a week ago. They're in the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, and they will be the first to welcome the astronauts back in and help them doff their spacewalk suits.
And for the Easy crew, if you haven't already, at DPDT is close to 0, you can expect an alert tone.
Copy. One copy.
LXD indicates 14.1.
Copy, 14.1. And we're showing equalized with stack pressure out here.
And David, we're going to open up the hatch.
Copy.
Mechanism is clear.
And as you can see, the hatch between the crew lock and the equipment lock of the Quest airlock is now open.
Okay, and David, we're going to come in and we're going to get your tools off of you in there and then bring you out, and we'll doff your safers while the ground deconfigures the comm to take you off hot mic.
Copy. Copy.
Canadian Space Agency astronaut David Saint-Jacques is the first back in the equipment lock. Haig and Cook will help remove the simplified aid for EVA rescue, or that safer backpack. You can see Canadian Space Agency astronaut David Saint-Jacques after completing his first spacewalk. NASA astronaut Anne McClain now being brought into the equipment lock of the crew lock to join Saint-Jacques. You can see Nick Haig helping remove that safer unit.
Airlock Houston on Space Ground 1 for Christina or Nick.
Go ahead, Will.
And Christina, thanks. Really nice work with you and Nick. And the crew is no longer hot mic, which is a good thing. Also, before we get started in the post EVA, we sent a new message up, message 147. We'd like you to retrieve that when you're able, just to take a look at it. The first delta is in step 25, but we want you to have those deltas in front of you before you continue in the procedure.
Copy. I have that. We'll take a look. And we are currently doing mic boom position photos.
Perfect. Thank you.
NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Christina Cook are working in the equipment portion of the Quest airlock to help Canadian Space Agency astronaut David Saint-Jacques and NASA's Anne McClain remove their EMU suits. That stands for Extravehicular Mobility Unit. The next thing to be removed from the suits after the safer, which we previously saw, are the gloves on each astronaut. There are actually more than 65 different sizes of gloves so that each astronaut can ensure that they have the best fit. Following glove removal, we will see the astronauts take off their helmets, which will also wrap up our live coverage for the day.
Houston airlock after step 25. We had a good pull test on that connection in step 26.
Okay, we copy. Thanks, Nick.
As you can see, both astronauts are now back inside the International Space Station, inside the crew or the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. You can see NASA astronaut Anne McClain on the right. Her gloves are being removed by Nick Hague. And to your left is Canadian Space Agency astronaut David Saint-Jacques. Christina looks like she is working on something on the back of his helmet. These astronauts just completed their 6-hour and 29-minute spacewalk, working on some of the battery systems on the International Space Station, moving an adapter plate. They also installed some cables to upgrade Ethernet on the space station, along with provide backup power to the space station's robotic arm. Saint-Jacques also worked to install a trunnion slip-off preventer on the Columbus module that is in preparation for the arrival of the Bartolomeo external payload platform, hopefully sometime next year. After repressurization of the crew lock, which you can see in the back of this picture, the astronauts were moved here and the doffing process of their spacesuits begun. The astronauts are stowing the gloves in the extravehicular mobility unit equipment bag. Following that, they'll work to begin to take off the helmets. As you can see, the astronauts' helmets have been removed. Today, the astronauts, both NASA's Anne McClain and Canada's David Saint-Jacques, went outside of the International Space Station to continue some work on the P4 battery relocation of an adapter pallet. After moving that adapter pallet from one slot and storing it on another, robotics teams will later this week reinstall some nickel hydrogen batteries into that empty slot. The astronauts then moved to install a spider cable under the lab MMOD, that's Micrometeoroid Orbital Debris Shield. That spider cable has been routed to different parts on the International Space Station to provide Ethernet connectivity. Additionally, the astronauts split up just a little bit, but still on the same module when they worked on the Node 1 Unity module to install some truss jumper cables. These will provide backup power to the Canadarm2 in case of necessary use. Afterward, NASA astronaut Anne McClain moved to the S0 truss to continue installation of a jumper cable installed by David Saint-Jacques. This cable also provides that backup power to the Canadarm2. Meanwhile, Saint-Jacques was working on the European Columbus module to install some trunnion slip-off preventers in preparation for the arrival of the Bartolomeo external payload platform. McClain worked a little bit into some get-aheads to continue routing that spider cable down the lab of the space station. And the astronauts both ingressed after a 6-hour and 29-minute spacewalk when the crew airlock began to repressurize. To go over those numbers again, our final statistics. Today was the 216th spacewalk completed at the International Space Station in support of assembly and maintenance. It was the third spacewalk at the station just this year alone, and really just in the last few weeks. Today was Anne McClain's second spacewalk after completing her first with NASA astronaut Nick Hague in March. That gives her 13 hours and 8 minutes of spacewalk time. And it was the first spacewalk of David Saint-Jacques' career. That gives him 6 hours and 29 minutes of time outside the hatch.
Perspiration and embeds were moist.
Of the 216 spacewalks conducted at the International Space Station, that gives you 1,354 hours and 53 minutes of total spacewalking time, which is equal to 56 days, 10 hours, and 53 minutes of time outside. Thanks for joining us for our live coverage of today's spacewalk. We do have another scheduled coming up in May, on May 29th. That'll be Russian cosmonaut Alexei Ovchinin and Oleg Kononenko. Thanks again for joining us, and have a great week. That wraps us up, and we'll sign off for today. This is Mission Control, Houston.
This forecast is going to be highly dynamic. Things are going to change within really the next few hours. So if you're tuning in anytime after really 2, 3 o'clock on Monday, I highly recommend you go to weather.gov/Raleigh for the latest weather information, or you can visit our website or social media accounts for the latest here. All right, looking forward, going a little bit forward. So we do have an active beginning of the stretch here as a low pressure is going to be spinning just to our south and slowly migrating east early this week. That's going to spur on some scattered showers and storms today, a few of which can be strong to severe, and we'll talk a lot more in depth on that here in a shortly. But also another round of some showers and storms, especially along Raleigh south, but chances are everybody may see another round of convection at some point tomorrow as we go through the day. Things should dry out middle of the week. By Wednesday and Thursday, we should start to see high pressure build in, even some cooler temperatures come Wednesday afternoon and Thursday afternoon, ahead of the next storm system, which should introduce some showers and storms again late in the work week, mainly on Friday evening into early Saturday morning. And we'll be watching another area of low pressure from the south start to approach late in the weekend, which could get our third chance of some showers and thunderstorms as we progress this weekend into early next week. So here's a look at our current SPC Storm Prediction Center thunderstorm potential outlooks. Right now we are currently in a slight risk of severe thunderstorms for today, Monday, April 8th. We have a marginal risk introduced mainly south and east of Raleigh. Tomorrow, Tuesday, April 9th. We could see another round of convective storms, especially hugging the coast here as that low decides to move just to our south. It wouldn't surprise me to see this nudged a little bit further north at some point in the next little while, but that's highly dependent on exactly what the storms do today and what the air mass looks like tomorrow. Right now, Wednesday is looking dry. It looks like we'll get most of the showers and storms well to our south and east by early morning Wednesday, and we should have at least a 24 to 48-hour dry period there ahead of the next storm system, likely to impact us and spread some showers and storms later in the day, Friday into early Saturday morning. So here's a quick look at the current severe risk area. We're expecting scattered and numerous thunderstorms to develop and overspread central North Carolina this afternoon and continuing into the overnight hours. Some of the areas, especially east, could see thunderstorms as late as midnight to 2, 3, 4 a.m. in the morning. I think the severe chances go down significantly with time, but it would not surprise me at all to see some strong storms even well after midnight tonight, especially if you're in that Fayetteville to Rocky Mount areas and points eastward in North Carolina. Timing is mostly between 3 o'clock this evening through midnight, with the severe threat probably becoming a little bit closer to that 6 to 7 o'clock time frame, lasting until around midnight tonight, with a few lingering showers and storms continuing on. All of North Carolina, or at least central North Carolina, falls under this threat, with slightly less potential as you head into the coastal plain. We've seen this slight risk area of severe thunderstorms actually expand pretty well north and west today, and we're expecting that to remain. If not, even looking at possibly upgrading our risk, depending on how things play out. And we'll talk a little bit about some of the cloud cover. But as I look out, I actually see some blue sky peeking out right here outside of the Weather Service office in Raleigh. So that is always the sign you're looking for some increasing instability, which could play into the fact that we could see some severe storms a little later. The primary threats, and I'll go back here briefly, will be damaging wind gusts, some hail, especially that 1 inch or greater amounts. Could see a few of the storms have that, especially early on in the afternoon. An isolated tornado cannot be ruled out. We don't think this is going to be a huge tornado producer, but some of the stronger storms could produce a brief and weak tornado. So we'll be closely looking at that for the possible need of updating any severe thunderstorm warnings to tornado warnings if that is needed. And some localized flooding, especially in areas that see multiple rounds of storms. And we could see as much as 3 different rounds of storms in the next 24 to 36 hours. So we'll be closely looking at some of the areas that are still pretty wet from a pretty active winter, a fall, winter, and even early spring period when it comes to rainfall. So here's a look at the excessive rainfall outlook from the Weather Prediction Center. Basically, what this is showing you is these areas here in the central and western portion of the state has a marginal risk that's about 5 to 10% chance of exceeding flash flood guidance. So if those stronger storms that are producing over 1 inch per hour rates impact an area for a prolonged period of time, we could easily see some ponding of water on roadways or even some localized flash flooding. So we'll be paying close attention to that as we go throughout the day. So here's a look at the current visible satellite. You'll see that we had a pretty dense area of stratus clouds over us today. We were wondering how long it would take to have that burn off, and seeing as it's 11:36, we're seeing some pretty good decay in that cloud shield now, and looking out the window, I can kind of verify what we're seeing here. So we should see this continue, with most areas seeing predominantly sun after lunchtime, and that is just going to help fuel the atmosphere with instability, which is a primary ingredient for needing some of these stronger storms to develop. Here's also one model. This is the high resolution rapid refresh model, one of the short-term models, reflectivity look at what may occur today. And I know it's going pretty fast, but it looks like the majority of the showers and storms that do pop up, other than maybe some scattered showers ahead of this main band, don't move in until about that 6 o'clock time frame across the triad. Impact portions of the triangle more around that 8 o'clock time frame, with points east looking more in that 10 to even midnight time frame if you're listening in from the Fayetteville to Rocky Mount area. So certainly have a watchful eye on the weather forecast and be ready to react to any watches and warnings that are issued throughout the day today, because it should be an active setup, and we'll be having some extra staff come in and get everybody prepared. So here's a look at some of the probabilities from the Storm Prediction Center. We have a slight risk over the entire area. They have a 2% probability of tornadoes. That's the lowest, second lowest, I guess they go, other than 0%. Or near 0%, but still 2% is something to be concerned about, especially when in scenarios like this. Today's severe hail risk is around a 15% probability. I think your best chance of seeing hail is a little bit earlier on in the event, before the event and the main risk transitions to mostly wind, which is also 15% probability. But with this line of storms becoming more linear in nature, I think more and more you're going to look into the severe straight line wind risk as the primary mode and primary threat that we'll see later on today and tomorrow. So here's just a quick overview of the expected precipitation as we go through the week. We can see anywhere from isolated 1.5 to 2 inches of rain today with some of the stronger storms, and I think mainly that's going to be in your southern sandhills and southwestern Piedmont of North Carolina, where you'll see some of those storms with lesser amounts as you head east. Some lingering precip on Tuesday with some maybe up to 1/4 to 1/2 inch in localized spots that see some thunderstorms, especially south and east of Raleigh. A dry day Wednesday, mostly dry Thursday, but then you do have some storms creeping back into the forecast on Friday as a cold front sweeps east through the region. And then you can start seeing some precipitation enter back into the area, mainly on Sunday as another storm system moves its way across the Gulf Coast states and into the southeastern portion of the country. Taking a look at the 7-day total, if all that adds up correctly, we should see anywhere from 2 to maybe 3 inches across the western Piedmont, with much lesser amounts as you head east toward the ocean there. Here's just a closer look, and mainly the best areas locally that could see some heavy rain today. It's going to be that southern and western Piedmont counties across central North Carolina. Taking a quick look ahead to the 8 to 14-day temperature outlook and precip outlook, this wet pattern looks to continue, especially over the 8 to 14-day time period, and that should continue, and near normal or neutral chances of above and below normal in the way of temperatures. And anytime you see, increased precipitation in this time frame, you tend to have near normal, if not slightly below normal temperatures as we go forward. So quickly wrapping up, and I'll try to get to your questions. If you have any questions, go ahead and fill them into that questions box, and I'll answer as many as I can. Some storms expected today, some of which can be severe, and those could hang around early in the work week. That includes tomorrow, mainly south and east of the Raleigh area. Drier conditions prevail Wednesday and Thursday, with active weather in the form of showers and thunderstorms returning Friday, maybe hanging around for part of the day Saturday, and again arriving Sunday into Monday of next week. We have little to no drought concerns across central North Carolina at this time, and it looks like the next 14 days should help prevent some of that from popping up, at least here in the near-term forecast. And the rivers are behaving, but with the increased amount of rainfall, we'll be closely watching how they may respond, because we are still in a relatively wet pattern here over the last 6 to 9 months. And of course, if you this is a good time as any to talk some severe weather safety information. So if you're looking for some safety information for yourselves, your families, or your fellow employees or constituents, feel free to visit weather.gov/safety. And there's all of our safety materials, including some infographics that you may find useful. And here's a quick look at the 7-day. So I'm going to go ahead and pause the recording option here, and I'll be happy to take any questions that you might have.
What are the criteria for canceling or postponing or delaying a game when there's a thunderstorm in the area?
So for canceling or postponing a game lightning-wise, MLB does not have a rule like the NCAA. So we're kind of worried about anything within the 4 to 5 mile radius. And that's when we'll start to post things on the stadium scoreboard. You know, want to head to shelter, move away. But there is not an MLB standard. We've played on with a lot of lightning going on in the distance.
What strikes me is the number of people that don't realize that you cannot have thunder without lightning and vice versa. There's still this perpetual perception error that exists among the public that, well, I'm safe as long as I don't see lightning. If I see lightning, then I'm in danger. I was asking the kids today, well, if you hear thunder, are you still at risk? And probably 1/2 to 2/3 of the kids said, oh, I'm still safe. But that's what the public thinks as well. That's what adults think. And that's also, I think, what people who are in charge of making decisions on the playing field think. We have to somehow educate them to the point where they realize if you hear thunder, you're at risk for electrocution. Every thunderstorm is a potential killer. We lose close to 40 people a year in the United States unnecessarily due to lightning strikes. I think this is an avenue that we really have to hit strong, particularly outdoor venues, sporting events, outdoor festivals. This is an avenue that we really need to work towards improving our safety and also our education.
It's interesting to me that there's not more of a almost political side that gets involved in this. I mean, imagine if we didn't regulate smoke detectors and things like that at buildings and we just let people do whatever they wanted. I'm surprised there hasn't been more of a push from state legislators or something like that to say, hey, there needs to be a policy in place for games and things like this.
I think once you issue a policy, then you're starting to infringe on someone's right to be an idiot, frankly. Let me tell you an experience that I had a couple years ago when my son was playing soccer at the high school level. I knew there were thunderstorms around that afternoon when he was playing. So when he finally got home, I said, did you guys play the entire game? And he said, yes, we did. And my question was, did you see lightning or did you hear thunder? Yeah, we did. And did you still play? Yes, we did. And I said, well, why? Well, because the referee didn't call the game. They wanted to finish the game. So I immediately wrote a note to both the head coach and the assistant coach. And I said, you just put 10, 20, 30 people at risk for electrocution. Was that necessary? Well, that wasn't our call. That was the referee's call. We need to step up and take ownership for this problem.
Yeah, I want to get in on this too, because it seems like it's really interesting because across the spectrum of professional and really collegiate sports has got, their policies, but the PGA has really stepped up to, keep everyone on the golf courses safe. And it'd be nice to see, Major League Baseball, NFL, and some others take notes from them and copy what they're doing.
Several years ago, when I was working at the Weather Channel, I was able to go out to a PGA tournament the week before the Masters. And what struck me during that event was the vans available at every hole for the players to seek safety, but there was no plan for all of the people watching that event.
Ricky, you and I, we do some work with Speedway Motorsports Incorporated, and we have yearly meetings with our racetracks that we work at, and we set criterias depending on the event. If it's a big NASCAR event, we have 3 barriers per se. We have something that we're watching, and then once it gets in within, let's say 10 miles of the area of the track, we have notified all the officials that need to be notified, and we are enacting evacuation. So when we see lightning strike within 8 miles of our facility, that's it. We're done. Ricky, last year comes to mind, the Coca-Cola 600. We're right beside NASCAR's booth, and we're watching radar, and they're communicating with us. And once the 8 mile, the lightning hit within 8 miles, we gave them an X, and about that time, the caution flag came out, the cars came down pit road, and the red flag was issued. And it was maybe 10, 15 minutes before we actually saw the rain move in. But by then, we were able to get 95% of the folks out of the speedway into a safer place. And very thankful that NASCAR and Speedway Motorsports takes weather seriously. And it just, again, we talk about this a lot. Unfortunately, with Major League Baseball, I'm afraid something major is going to have to happen before we start to see some change implemented there.
It's interesting that with MLB, the decision still comes down to the umpire, as far as I understand. That's the deciding factor, is the one guy out there who gets to make the decision. It's no one else who maybe has more data, is more informed or anything. MLB's enacted the replay in New York City. Why can't they set up a weather monitoring system or hire a company like, many that are out there to monitor all their games that are ongoing?
It makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely, to me too. I mean, so Phil from Stormfront Freaks works for athletics at Miami University in Ohio, and I know he's talked about this, about what they've been trying to do there, for their outdoor sports and trying to protect it. But it's amazing to me at all levels how when you mentioned interfering with people's rights to be stupid. I used to officiate or umpire youth baseball and softball games. And on more than one occasion, I called a game and canceled it and said, everybody go home. And the abuse I got sometimes from the parents for doing that is, let them play one more inning. I could see cloud to ground lightning. And I said, we can't be out here. But it's amazing how many people said, just, we can, we'll get one more inning in, no problem. And I went, no, this, talk to me after we get like you say, get a lightning strike and somebody dies or somebody gets injured from it. It's amazing.
I emceed the 4th of July fireworks here in Bristol a couple years ago, and we were expecting a line of thunderstorms to move in. I gave them 30 minutes heads up. Hey, this is going to be here at this time. And even being a local meteorologist, everyone kind of looked at me like, oh, okay, whatever. Band kept playing, and we gave them 15 minutes and gave them a 10-minute heads up. I was like, if you don't want to get wet, you better move now. And the thing that caused everyone to run for their lives was a gigantic lightning strike and a thunder clap right over our heads. And it's just one of those things where it's like, no one will do anything until it starts raining. So
I think it goes back also to the whole notion of it won't happen to me. A lot of the hot topic stuff with weather warnings across the entire spectrum, whether it's severe thunderstorm, tornado warnings, just people not taking warnings seriously. And that goes right in with lightning also.
James has this graphic pulled up. Today, some information came down towards from the National Weather Service in Columbia, South Carolina. They have issued a kind of a new zone for Lancaster County. That's the county kind of between the GSP, the Greenville-Spartanburg, and the Columbia weather forecast offices. So now if you live in the panhandle of Lancaster County, and this is kind of the more populated, the panhandle kind of butts up with the city of Charlotte. So it definitely has a bigger population into the in that county. So now there's going to be a northern Lancaster forecast and more of a southern Lancaster County forecast. So we know, James, jump in if you want to, because I know you live right in that area. Yep. There's been some confusion from time to time with winter weather alerts and severe weather alerts. So hopefully this will be able to help differentiate what's going to be happening in that area.
Yeah, there's a lot at play here, and more than we can get into at this hour, but Lancaster County is under the jurisdiction of the Columbia National Weather Service Office, while the counties around it, Mecklenburg, Union County, North Carolina, and York, are under the jurisdiction of Greenville, Spartanburg, South Carolina. So you end up kind of with this dome and this inconsistency. Now, that's not changing. Lancaster County is still going to be under the jurisdiction of Columbia, but by dividing out this little peninsula, which is really kind of just a few miles wide and right in this little area where it kind of gets covered on three sides by those other counties, they can issue some warnings that will really kind of paint the map, because essentially what would happen a lot of times is those other three counties might go under, say, a winter weather advisory, but if the Lancaster County wasn't getting it, you had this 3, 4, 5 mile wide little section that kind of stuck up into this area that kind of just made an anomaly on the map. And it was very confusing because weather is not dependent on maps. So those folks living in that area are going to get the same weather as the folks living around them, and by dividing out the northern peninsula of Lancaster County from the southern area, they can kind of make the communication simpler, and I think that's the end game, Scotty.
I think so, and I know you paid particular attention because your wife at one time worked in that area, so hopefully that'll help out the folks. So before we end tonight, I got it on my Waffle House shirt. We've got a Waffle House t-shirt as well. Our good buddy Pat Warner, who we had on the show to begin the 2019 season, sent us some swag. We were able to meet on Monday, myself and Evan and Chris and James and Shay, at our second installation of our Carolina Weather Group Summit, where we come together and make things bigger and better and hopefully more friendly, tech friendly for you all. I was able to give out the Waffle House swag that Pat had sent us. So we want to send a special thank you to Pat Warner and everyone at the Waffle House. And thank you for hooking us up with a hat, a t-shirt, and we also got a coffee mug as well. So Pat, thank you for sending that stuff. We'll definitely be happy to be wearing that. And we appreciate you thinking of us all. So
a difference a day makes. A high of 70 degrees here in the Carolinas, in Charlotte, North Carolina today, and this was yesterday. It was snowing outside of our control center here in Charlotte, and you watched it live on the live streams of the Carolina Weather Group. So many of you did, because what just a bizarre day it was. Now, again, we talked about this yesterday morning on a special live stream we did. Snow in April is not unheard of, but it's not frequent. So it was a nice rare event. Here's a look at some of the snow totals we got from across the region. Most people, if you even saw any snow, and by the way, in order to see the snow, you really kind of had to be along that I-85 corridor, saw a coating that was gone by lunchtime. But we had this very localized situation playing out in Union County, North Carolina, near Monroe, where they had almost 2 inches of this stuff fall yesterday on April the 2nd. And we even had reports of sleet going all the way up to Greensboro and towards the Triangle. Meanwhile, out on the coast, it was a whole different ballgame. The same storm system that was bringing winter weather to the I-85 corridor was bringing tropical storm force wind conditions to the Outer Banks. Reports of wind gusts up to 60, maybe 70 miles an hour. This one coming from a weather flow station on Avon Pier recorded a wind gust of 61 knots, or about 70 miles an hour. And if I'm not mistaken, although it's not on this graphic here, I believe they also had some beach erosion, some localized coastal flooding, because we had such a strong system off the coast yesterday that if you were out over the water in a boat, in a cruise ship, you actually would have been in a hurricane force wind warning. That's how much pressure gradient and wind we had going on with this storm. Is absolutely incredible. All right, shifting gears, take a look at this video that came in over the weekend. What the heck is that in the sky? Is it a bird? It's a plane? It's a meteor that not only was seen from the ground across the southeast, but also was captured on the GOES lightning mapper. The tool that normally shows us lightning in the sky was actually showing us the path of this meteor. So how cool is that? It was captured from above and from below. More video to show you now. This, as we shift gears and move into, it's actually a great complement to the conversation we were just having about flooding In 500-year floods don't have to come just every 500 years, and that's what state and international water rescue teams were practicing for this week on Lake James and the Catawba River near Morganton. Boats and aircrafts from North Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, Connecticut, and even some from Canada, Mexico, Chile, and the United Kingdom took part in this exercise, and this is video you can see that was posted, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, by the Charlotte Fire Department as they're practicing water rescue here, and I think we've got a rescue swimmer dangling from a helicopter, so pretty intense stuff there. The other story that we are reading and wanted to share with you comes ahead of hurricane season. I'm going to paraphrase a little here from a CNBC report, but AT&T is paying the United States Department of Energy National Laboratory to predict climate-related events that could damage the company's infrastructure over the next 30 years. The president of operations for AT&T said that their model that they're developing will help guide them on decisions whether to elevate cell sites in the area or to build protection around those cell sites to make sure that they can sustain weather events, major climate events such as higher winds. And rather than just relying on a 10-day weather forecast, they're also going to be using that climate data to find out whether or not they need to strengthen their network, their copper lines, their fiber cable locations, cell sites, and other infrastructure to sustain more weather events. And Scotty, I think we'll be learning a little bit more about that in the coming weeks, as I'm not mistaken, as we look ahead to hurricane season.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that. I actually got a phone call from AT&T today. They're going to come on our show towards the end of summer into kind of the peak hurricane season to talk about this. So pretty excited about that. And one other thing I want to comment on before we get to the roundtable, the Catawba flood exercise, which the video you saw of the Black Hawk helicopter, that actually was taking place here where I live, and it's been pretty unique. Folks have been in the county for about 5 days. It just wrapped up today, and it never failed. Every day you'd see Black Hawk helicopters flying in the sky, and a lot of area waterways and things like that here in the county. So a lot of folks, actually I live about half a mile from the Catawba River and about a mile from the Johns River. So I had Black Hawks everywhere around my house yesterday afternoon and evening as they were participating in these search and rescue efforts for flooding. And we know here in the Carolinas, both North and South Carolina, we've had our fair share of flood events with hurricanes and tropical storms and even just floods. So it's an exercise that was conducted here, and I think it really got a lot of good reviews, and hopefully these folks never have to do it. But the way the weather's been trending, I'm sure we'll see more major events that this practice will be useful for. So James, back to you.
You know, we're talking about technology and how technology will improve everything, but I want to jump back a couple of years here real quick, because Mark, you have a pretty big background in ham radio. And I want you to kind of explain to our viewers how ham radio works in weather and how they can get involved in it. And Dr. Scala, I know James Spann has spoken many times on the podcast Weather Brains about, you know, he used to do ham radio stuff. That's how he got involved in weather. But Mark, talk about how ham radio in the weather enterprise could still be a valuable thing even now in 2019.
Sure. You know, and I haven't been involved in it that long, but long enough to have, you know, discovered some of the reasons why we still use it. And up in our area, I'm in Minnesota, we don't have a lot of tornado outbreaks, but we have our share. And so our spotter network in our area utilizes ham radio still as our primary means of communication, while we also use, you know, these devices and the texting and the other ways that you can get in contact with the National Weather Service and with each other. Ham radio is still the primary use, and there's a number of reasons for that. Number one, it's very reliable. And generally, it works all the time for the most part. Most of the repeaters and the things, a repeater is a location or a radio that everybody can reach, right? Everybody reaches the repeater, and then that sends a signal out to everybody else. So it's that group communications over amateur radio. And those units are up all the time. They have generators, they have all those kinds of things. And when you're in your car, mobile, and you're spotting, you can more easily use a radio than you can trying to text. Obviously, we don't want people doing that, right? And we don't want people trying to bring up things on their, especially just a storm spotter who's by themselves, doesn't have anybody else with them navigating or helping them like a spotter or like a chaser might have. So it gives you that advantage of being able to pick up the radio and make an immediate contact without having to dial anything, without having to really think about it. You just bring that microphone up, and you can do hands-free too with amateur radio as well, which a number of people do. So I think from that standpoint, it's safe, it's easy to use, and you can talk to everybody right away. And in our area, the National Weather Service still monitors the regional repeaters where the storm spotting groups are using. So it's one central point of communication. And I think that's, one of the advantages to it. And the crowd using it's getting older. We're having a hard time getting younger people involved in it, but I think it's still a viable communications method that works really well for reporting storm conditions. Again, everybody hears it. Everybody knows what's going on. At least everybody that's, on the network at the time.
You mentioned how the National Weather Service uses ham radio. We have a story that our panelist James Brierton put together a few years ago that talks about how the Weather Service does that.
A tornado coming down out of the clouds and almost to the ground level.
When the weather is at its worst.
South of Yule Road, it's probably getting close to 35 right now.
Everyday citizens using radio communications act as foot soldiers for the National Weather Service.
Play a vital role in helping us to monitor what's really happening on the ground. Because as I said, we only see what's up in the storm clouds, so we really need that verification to know what's happening on the ground, to let other people know, maybe they're downstream of the storm, what they can anticipate.
Forecasters still prefer real people over today's technology.
This is the Georgia Amateur Radio Emergency Service Net.
Robert Burton receives incoming radio messages for the Weather Service.
The radar can only see so much. I mean, it cannot see the actual tornado on the ground, and that's where the eyes and ears of Skywarn comes into play.
Skywarn spotters are the name of volunteers watching and reporting the weather. From where Robert sits in Peachtree City, he can talk with radio operators across the state. One of them is Huey Kenmar.
The guy sitting on top of a hill saw a tornado and was giving us the exact place it was and where it was headed.
And when all else fails, radio operators say they are among the most dependable.
There are many times we'll have storm spotters in the field that will not have cell phone coverage in a particular area. However, they will have ham radio coverage.
A tornado.
Certainly a valuable resource that still is used today and probably will be used for many years to come.
Tonight's guest is meteorologist Mace Michaels. Mace wears a lot of hats in the weather industry, but most importantly, he's got probably one of the coolest gigs that I know of around here. We're going to talk about that. Mace is the meteorologist for the Minnesota Twins, and he also does some work for Weather Nation.
Thanks, Scotty, for having me on tonight.
Let's talk about the coolest job that I think any meteorologist has. You get to work for the Minnesota Twins. So kind of a two-part question here. How did you get hooked up with the Twins? And then what is your day-to-day operations once baseball season starts?
And Larry DeVito, the head groundskeeper, he wanted to have a little more weather reinforcement just because Minnesota, again, we can have snow in the beginning of the season. September snow would be pretty rare, but it could happen. But again, in the beginning of the season, we can have it. Our opening day this year is in the end of March, last Thursday in March. So it's a concern. We can be very cold. Obviously, rain at any point in time. You go from your stratiform rain in April to all the convective stuff you can get on and off through April and the rest of the season. Twins were interested. There weren't any other teams that had a meteorologist on site, and they wanted to have that aspect of being able to talk to the meteorologist right there so I can get the updated radar pics right away. I spent a lot of time looking at models beforehand, but then it's all radar after that between MPX and also we're lucky enough to have a terminal Doppler here. So
you know, Mace, I'm a meteorologist for the Charlotte Motor Speedway, so I know the pressure that comes with you have a lot of folks in this small enclosed place, and you have storms all around. I talk to us about some of the pressure that it brings with lightning and people's safety.
I probably have 10 to 15 days where I really have to worry about weather. There's probably 20 to 25 where I'm watching something in the state, but the threat is lower. So we figure out on average 10 to 15 days are the worries where we have to be worried about a postponement or it actually happening or a delay or something like that. And, you're really concerned about when it moves in, just like you would be with the Speedway there, when something will begin, when something will end and try to give them the most accurate forecast that you can. Because again, we're just worried about that one small square area of a storm moving in and affecting us. I can think of a couple of times. I'll look at traffic cameras sometimes to see how hard it's raining, because of course we can play through a light rain, and just to get the ground truth of, yes, the radar looks like this, but in some cases that light rain may be lighter or heavier than really what that good old blue or light green is showing, the or lower DBZ levels, how it transitions to how heavy it may be falling. Also, getting that ground truth when it's pouring hard, we can look at just a couple of exits or so up on the interstate and get an idea. Okay, it's hit there. I know that's 2 miles away. It's moving at this speed. This is how many minutes away it is for us. And we can try to keep the umpires updated through the grounds crew to give them that exact time of when they can pull off. And the quicker we can get the tarp on, the quicker I can let the grounds crew know to get the tarp on. When it comes off, the less work they have to do on the field afterwards. So the more we're able to let the umpires know, hey, in 5 minutes, this isn't just going to be a light rain. When you start to see it come in, let's get off the field right away, even if it's just a little light rain, because when it starts pouring, it's going to be rough. The quicker we can cover up the field, the better we'll be for later on. So we're not sitting here for 3 hours and then having to do an hour of maintenance on the field after everything quits raining.
Every team should have a meteorologist on site. It kind of blows my mind that that's not standard practice. Have you ever run into recalcitrant umpires? It's like, no, we don't need to call a game just yet. You ever run into anybody who's, maybe giving you a hard time about lightning, about, things of that nature?
When it comes to the lightning side, that's more of our internal operations. They're concerned about that for the stands and everybody else. So I'm letting them know, and they're getting the same lightning alerts on their phone. So they're down already seeing me before the lightning is moving in. They'll let me, they'll hit me 3-4 hours before the game if we have a squall line moving in. Is this one going to have lightning? Do I have to be concerned with it? So I let them know from that aspect, and they're already usually down there with me well before the line hits, just to be aware from that side and let everybody know what's going on lightning-wise. But when it comes to the umpiring side, it kind of depends on who the crew is. The younger guys or an older, well-established crew, and how to, some of them like to wait until it's raining a little heavier. Others, they tend to see what we're seeing and they'll listen or take my advice a little earlier, and they definitely want to get out of there. But also if we're into a certain time of the year, and that affects things a lot, scheduling as well. To be honest, if both teams are not in a race and in a hunt, we may play right up until that rain gets going, and we won't postpone to worry about starting pitching and things like that. The last thing you want to do is have the game start, some of your ace starters get going through 2 innings, and then a squall line come in and you have to pull them. So we'll tend to postpone ahead of time, or not postpone, but delay the start, get the squall line through, and then start the game late if we can get an idea of when that will move through. The week before that, I had a great little victory. We heavy rain in the forecast, but I saw that we had a window on the HRRR of maybe 2.5, 3 hours, started the game quickly on time, kept everything moving. The rain started at about 6.5 innings in through. So we ended up canceling or postponing, delaying the game after that, waited out, wasn't able to finish it. Twins got a win, so I was happy once the time we canceled the game. So you have your victories and losses in the weather department as much as we have them also on the field some nights.
We have a viewer question, Mace. This comes from Ed English, and he was talking about, he said, hey, Mace, it seems like various computer models generate most of the weather forecast. How much do you rely on your own interpretation of the weather data when forecasting?
I still do the forecast the old-fashioned way. I'm looking at the models, but I'm using as much of my own background and interpretation to try to get a feel. And like I was saying, I was thinking of that one storm where we had the northeast wind coming in, and I can't think of how many times the northeast wind has burned me on start times in the younger years of my career, knocking down the dry air. And you can really see that dry air intrusion even more than you can. And back from the old days of the NGM when I was young, and it would throw warm fronts in here and bring up a lot of rain, sometimes 6-8 hours earlier than they would. So I still build off of that as much as I can, looking at the forecast. Sometimes it's overload, and when they're all screaming at you, this is going to happen, I'll admit it's hard to say, yeah, maybe that's when the snow or the rain is going to start, or we are going to see 5 to 6 inches of snow.
Kind of a fun question here. How has the players and the coaches took on to having an on-site meteorologist? Do they kind of pull you to the side and say, hey, what does it look like tonight? Or do they ask for personal forecasts? I mean, what's the relationship like between you and the players and you and the coaches?
I don't see the players as often. You know, I say hi to them. I'll see them every once in a while, but they've got a whole different routine before the game, and they're in a different area than I am. So I catch them during batting practice occasionally, but management is who I'm usually dealing with. Some of the Twins coaches are more active with us, others not as much.
And you kind of hit on it a little bit, but do you provide, I guess, more of a game time decision-based service to the Twins, or is it an ongoing relationship, even, like medium, long-term forecasts?
It's mainly on the short-term side, day to day, and we'll post a forecast kind of written on the board there when we think things will move in, what time. So day to day, yes. But if there's concerns for stuff long-term, I'm always looking at it, especially if it's sunny and 80 and a beautiful day, but we know a front's going to move in 3 days. I'm looking at that, and we're planning ahead. And the Larry Heads groundskeeper will ask me, if he has to do a fungicide spray or something going on, if he knows we're going to have a really hot period with a lot of humidity, that will affect when he does certain types of treatments to the field. So he'll ask me, of course, if we have a lot of dew in the morning, high humidity, certain cases are better for him on how he deals with the field and treats the field, let alone he doesn't want to be out there on a day where it's 95, 100 degrees with the sun beating down on him to cut the grass one day. He may wait till the next day to do it or do it early in the morning. So from simple things like that to more complex, we chat about those type of things as well.
What are the criteria for canceling or postponing or delaying a game when there's a thunderstorm in the area?
So for canceling or postponing a game lightning-wise, MLB does not have a rule like the NCAA. So we're kind of worried about anything within the 4 to 5 mile radius. And that's when we'll start to post things on the stadium scoreboard. Want to head to shelter, move away. But there is not an MLB standard. We've played on with a lot of lightning going on in the distance. So that's out of my area. That's operations. That's MLB. I'm just the mouthpiece to let them know lightning's likely to come in at this time. We've had strikes here. And again, Twins management folks are always in with me, asking me how it's moving in. And we'll inform the crowd from there on when it may move in or anytime put stuff up on the screen from that side.
About how winter weather impacts your games, but it sounds like that's a frequent thing some years, and going back to last year with the blizzard.
Some years, yes. Other years, no. When they opened the stadium, which was an exhibition game with the Cardinals in 2000, it was 80 degrees in late March, and the opening day was about 82 in early April. And then again, last year, third week of April, we had 20-plus inches of snow. And our concern then was, how do we get it's heated? We're heated underneath, so that's not a concern. We knew it would melt, other than we can't melt 20 inches. We were out of town after that, so we didn't have to worry about the next day once the series was done. But it was clearing off the stands. How do you clear off 20 inches of snow for 40,000 people and get that out so we can have folks come in and watch the game?
So have you all ever played a game with snow falling?
I haven't had to worry about that flurries-wise. We have had days where we thought we might have to worry about flurries. Todd Nelson, the other meteorologist, he had the cancellation games on the weekend with the White Sox when we lost the games last year. And we did lose a game on the Saturday right after opening day, and it was due to 30 degrees, and there were some flurries that moved in late in the day. So it is a concern. I just personally haven't had it.
Mason, we really appreciate you being on with us tonight. For those followers who are watching right now on our live stream, and those who maybe listen on the podcast, if they want to follow your work, how can they do that?
Twitter, it's in the same on Facebook. It's real easy. Just Mace Michaels, M-A-C-E Michaels. You'll find me there. Hit me up. Ask me any questions as you have them. I'd love to hear from folks.
Sounds good. Well, we hope you have a great baseball season. Good luck to the Twins, and Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is the Wednesday, April 3rd, 2019 edition of our little weather get-together, our weather podcast, and we thank you for joining us tonight. We are going to be talking with Doug Hildebrand. Doug is a familiar face. We had Doug on a few months ago, I think back in November. But tonight we're going to be talking about spring and summer hazards, as well as the Safe Place Selfie, try saying that 3 times fast, event that took place today. So we welcome Doug to our show. If you remember, he is an NC State grad, so he's got some ties and connections here to the Carolinas. So we are happy to have Doug with us tonight. Before we get to our interview, though, this is a live broadcast, and we'd love for you to come and interact with us. You can watch us right now via our YouTube page, our Facebook Live, and our Periscope stream. And if you're listening on the podcast version, we will also welcome your comments, but you'll probably have to do that after this show gets posted on there. So we'll give out some social media accounts that you can follow and submit questions to. And if you're watching on our live broadcast tonight, if you have a question or comment, just type it into the comment bar, and we will be monitoring those throughout the show. And if something comes up that you want us to ask, we will definitely do that. So we are happy to have Doug on. This is show number 272. And for those folks who may be checking us out because you watched the last month for National Weather Podcast Month, we welcome you, and I'm happy to have you joining us tonight. So we also encourage you to go check out the other weather podcasts. Just because March is over doesn't mean that you can't go check out the other weather podcast for National Weather Podcast Month. So with that, I'm going to bring in our guest tonight, Mr. Doug Hildebrand. He is a graduate of NC State and works for NOAA, and kind of heads up the Weather Ready Nation ambassador program. So Doug, welcome back to the show. How have things been going for you?
Hey, it's great to be back. There's always weather, so we're always busy.
That is true. And we're kind of transitioning from the winter season into spring and summer. And we've already had an active start to the severe weather season with the tornado outbreak at the beginning of March, and a couple of other tornado events throughout the month of March. So I want to kind of start with the initiative that was going on today, the Safe Place Selfie. So I know you had a lot of interaction, and I know a lot of us here on the Carolina Weather Group was able to tweet out our picture. So first of all, Doug, if you don't mind, kind of tell us about the initiative and what it was intended for, and how did you do today with it?
Well, it's been an incredible day. I got to say, this is now our 4th year launching this Safe Place Selfie campaign. We've done it differently every year. A couple of years back, we would sort of have it a 3-day event. But this year we really wanted to kind of have everything focused at a time and a place. And so we encouraged everybody to do several things. One, find a hazard. Though naturally most people think of a safe place is for extreme winds, tornadoes, severe thunderstorms, but we really encouraged people throughout the country, pick a hazard that is, common in your area, sort of the bigger threats that you face. Pick a hazard, find that safe location. Obviously for tornadoes, you want your strongest shelter possible. And I think we're going to be talking a little bit more about that in a little bit. But through the other, hazards, sometimes a car is a safe place and sometimes a car is the worst place. And so this whole day was about getting people to think about where they are, think about what hazards that impact them, and then do something fun, which isn't always associated with preparedness. Take a selfie, post it on social media, and encourage others to do the same and have that conversation, because sort of our take-home message and what a Safe Place Selfie is all about is that number one preparedness action. It's not an emergency kit. It's not a communications plan. It is knowing where you are and where you need to be when extreme weather threatens you. And with that, that's where we can save lives, and that's where we can reduce the immediate human impact of these events.
And Doug, I was, searching throughout Twitter throughout the day, watching all of the initiatives. not only was it severe thunderstorms and tornadoes, but I saw pictures of flash flooding, tsunamis, and things like that. So a lot of us kind of correlate tornadoes, hurricanes, severe thunderstorms, but it's more than that. It's floods, tsunamis, and things like that.
Absolutely. We had the West Coast was targeting, or focusing on earthquakes, tsunamis, wildfires. Where's your safe place? So we're trying to, really educate people, that your home should have a 30-foot buffer between the, your pine trees and other consumables from your home. With tsunamis, it's always get high and get elevated and get inland. But even rip currents, it's been spring break for the last couple of weeks and continuing here into April. Know your safe place from a rip current. What would that be? Number one, you got to be near the lifeguard stand in between the flags. Don't go out into the water alone. There are things that you can do that completely avoids a bad thing from happening just by knowing where your safe place is and where it isn't.
Definitely. So we're going to roll some video here, kind of talk about the initiative and what took place today. And you may even see a few familiar faces in this video. All right, so as you can see, a few familiar faces there with the safe place selfies. This was me in the basement here. I was in a interior closet that we have downstairs, and I was going to have my dog included, but she just wasn't having her picture taken last night. Here's James in his safe place in his downstairs closet, and looks like he's got some board games. James, you got Monopoly?
I know. I'm prepared to actually shelter in place for an extended period of time.
And so there's Evan. Evan, you're in the shower. That's a good place to be. And then Jared. Jared's not here tonight. He was at work today, and I think he's also in the bathroom as well. And interior loads for and protect yourself. And that's one thing, helmets and things like that. Melissa, this is you. I'll let you. You had your own experience just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, the March 3rd event, we actually got to take our safe place selfie while we were actually in place. We were under a tornado warning at the time. My daughter and I have a ready, set, go type of system where if the watch comes out, we get the safe place prepared. And so as soon as that warning hits, we're able to jump into our safe place. So that was us taking that evening while we were definitely, and there were actually 2 tornadoes in Lexington County, not far from where we're located here in South Carolina. So it was a good thing that we did take shelter.
Definitely so. And I know as we go through, there's Doug. And so, Doug, you were talking about children, in
That's right.
And that's something that we see every summer.
So last year, sadly, 51, I think, was the final count from 2018 of the number of children that were killed in a hot vehicle. Many of them were, the situation was a parent or a caregiver just simply got distracted, and it takes a second to sort of lose that situational awareness of who's in the car, or maybe it's routine that's kind of been broken, where, dad doesn't normally drop off the child at daycare, but mom's not feeling well. So dad's, his routine's broken. We've seen stories like that. And, having a 1-year-old, all the while I'm, promoting, hot vehicle safety. My safe place selfie was, having that reminder in the car, and I have a little piece of paper that I put up on my dashboard when I do have my daughter in the car. It's that little reminder, that little voice in your head that, you know, wherever I go with her, I know she's back there. Unfortunately, you know, when the Weather Service and sort of within the Weather Ready Nation community, when we do post on a hot vehicle safety, there is a, you know, it's very emotional, and some people get emotional that, you know, how could you be such a bad parent? I even got from that Safe Place selfie today, you know, an angry man responding, basically saying, you know, you get what you deserve if that's what you're going to do to your children. And really, it's a mindset change that we're trying to work here, where the first step to ensuring something like this doesn't happen is acknowledging that it could happen. And I think that's very important. And, you know, there are others, you know, who are right by our side. And I know our social media team within the National Weather Service, we're all very passionate. We want that 51, you know, total from last year to be 0 in 2019.
Definitely so. And if you wasn't able to participate, maybe you didn't get to the 11/11 time frame, we still encourage you. You can still tweet it out or Facebook it out today, right now, if you want to. We'd love to do that. And Doug, I think you all had a great turnout from this. Have you got some preliminary numbers that you can share with us?
So I do, and these are as of 5 p.m. Eastern. So as the Twitter traffic continues through the evening, really, you know, into tomorrow and beyond. But today, strictly, we had 27.2 million accounts reached on Twitter, 89 million tweet views or impressions, and 2,140 accounts tweeted their Safe Place selfie. This is the most that we've had over the 4 years. It really is impressive that the Weather Ready Nation ambassadors, you know, groups like you, but really it takes everybody to speak with one voice. And when that happens, you get Safe Place selfie trending. You get people posting, wow, I saw Safe Place selfie. This is certainly not what I was expecting. I always love those tweets. But just taking a few seconds, knowing where your safe place is and going there, it's very powerful when you're capturing the preparedness action as it happens versus, you know, having somebody read an article or, you know, go through it in their mind. What we want are the people to do it. And so those 2,140 accounts that are actually posting their safe place, you know, that's great news for us.
That is, I mean, that's impressive. That kind of gave me some cold chills there. That's some good numbers. I see we have some comments here. One person asking about where do you shelter during a storm. If you'll stick around, we've got a whole segment dedicated to that towards the end of the show. Joshua Gosnell was talking about he lives in a mobile home, and he would go over to his grandparents' house. So they have a safe and sturdy structure there. So those are good reports to have. So with that, I am going to transition to Melissa, because Melissa is going to be kind of talking about our first threat that we face in the summer and springtime. That's what tonight's show is all about. We're going to talk about different threats that we face and what you need to do and what your family needs to do to be prepared for them. So Melissa, I'll let you kick off our interview part.
So one of the things that I wanted to just quickly discuss is a lot of the things that the Weather Ready Nation has done to really put preparedness at the forefront is creating these campaigns. So we have the spring summer campaign that we're talking about tonight, but they've also done recently, you guys have reached out to different groups and talk to them about ways to reach people such as like the hard of hearing and the visually impaired, so that they can also get these preparedness messages. So could you just talk briefly about some of that interaction that you've had as you're creating some of these additional campaigns to help with those communities?
Absolutely. And this is also a real passion of mine. And we use the term weather ready nation and we add on for all. You know, a lot of times when disaster strikes, it is the most vulnerable who are most impacted. And so instead of really talking to the choir and people who already sort of have a sense of preparedness and, you know, they're mobile and they can evacuate if they need to evacuate and they know exactly what they're doing, it's always great to reach them, but we want to be able to reach those who don't necessarily have the ability to help themselves. And so it's, you know, it is Spanish as a second language. You know, the story goes with the Joplin tornado. Joplin has a large Spanish-speaking workforce that thankfully on Sunday was not in place for that tornado, but there was coming out of you know, the storm assessment that there is that need to be able to communicate, especially the most urgent times, with other languages. And so our ambassadors are able to fill that niche where, you know, as the Weather Service, we don't necessarily have all of the languages interpreted, but we have health departments and other services at the local level that could do that. But you know, we're looking at all these vulnerable populations, whether it's Spanish, whether it's mental disabilities, the hard of hearing. So we're providing content with American Sign Language, with captions. You know, we're using pictures instead of a lot of text so that it's more intuitive for anybody.
And that kind of brings me back to actually getting into some of the topics. So the one topic that I'm going to talk to you or ask you some questions about is flooding. Being here in South Carolina, dealing with the devastation from Hurricane Florence in North Carolina and South Carolina, the messages that you've put together for flooding, of course, a lot of people here, you know, TAD has been probably one of the biggest campaigns. It's the one that gets a lot of publicity, as you know, turn around, don't drown. But there are these infographics, these images that are also communicate this information. We've got one playing right now talking about the difference between you know, what is a 100-year flood or a 500-year flood. And so I know moving forward, you guys have come up with some of these different campaigns as events happen so that you're able to communicate that. And I believe that was the driving force between some of this new stuff that's come out for the flood campaign.
Absolutely. I mean, it seems with every, you know, extreme event, there's, you know, one step forward and then another step back where there are lessons learned that people, you know, whether they've experienced the actual event or they've seen it on TV and they sort of, you know, they sort of learned from that experience. But then there's also that almost false sense of security if it didn't happen to them, that it's, you know, somehow, you know, they have that risk bias that, you know, they're magically immune to that hazard. You saw a lot of the probabilities and, you know, 100-year floods, 500-year floods. You know, people can make very bad conclusions from some of these events. And so if you know, we have a small town here north of Washington, D.C. called Ellicott City in Maryland, has been absolutely devastated twice now by incredible flooding over, you know, the last 2 or 3 years. And so just because it happens this year doesn't mean that you're not going to see it, you know, next month or next week. You know, just sort of the way the atmosphere works, we all know that sometimes it can get stuck into a pattern and you can see some incredible flooding.
That's one thing that we've really been affected by a lot over the last year in Western North Carolina and the Carolinas as a whole, for in all reality. But you know, Scotty and I have dealt with a lot of flooding threats. So definitely this is one that really, you know, rings home for everyone across the Carolinas. So I'd like to transition now to some summer weather talk, chatting about some beach threats. So we already kind of hit on rip currents, but Well, I guess if you want to go over that again, we can. But I kind of want to ask about big waves. That's one thing that people think, it's really enticing to go out and play in the 10-foot waves, and there's a huge
That's right.
storm offshore. But that's been a situation where I find myself stuck out surfing in probably some waves that I should not have been out there in. And these are lessons that that sometimes you learn it and you get back to shore safely, and sometimes that's not the case. So tell us a little bit about safety in those situations.
So I want to preface this with, you have to balance sort of the fear factor from, people go to the beach to enjoy themselves, right? So we don't want to inundate people with all the things that could go wrong, and sort of they become, paralyzed with fear and aren't able to enjoy the things that they were looking forward to. So starting with that, rip currents, National Weather Service does do beach, we do issue beach forecasts, and we can, we can accurately give a sense of the conditions on the beach. And so whether it's rip currents, longshore currents, rogue waves, we call them sneaker waves, or just large waves, there are dangers inherent to that. So always, 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 and you'll hear this, be near the lifeguard stand. If you're off away from the crowds and no one's looking out at you, and especially if you're by yourself or you feel like you're an experienced swimmer, a huge issue we have is people who, their children kind of grow up and they learn to swim in a pool. Pools are very different from the ocean. And you may be a good swimmer in the pool, but you get out into the ocean, your visibility is bad. You get these waves coming. Sometimes, they'll be quick and they'll hit you, and then you won't be expecting another one. What I used to love doing is diving into waves, but depending on the depth of the water, we see this where there's tragedy, people's necks, they get seriously injured because they think they're diving into deeper water when really it's only about a foot deep, especially if they miss the wave and they get the trough after the wave. So we try to, we want people to be informed, because if they're informed, they're much more awesome vacation or awesome time in the ocean.
Absolutely. You're talking about spring break earlier. I go to college in Charleston, South Carolina. So the beaches, especially as the weather is starting to get nicer and temperatures are warming up, they'll be getting busy soon. But the water doesn't necessarily warm up to its max temperature of the year until August, September. So there's still a cold water issue through that time.
And so we have a cold water campaign, and I'll be honest, when our more northern WFOs, reached out to us last year saying, hey, we're seeing these deaths and injuries from cold water. It could be a 75, 80 degree day, sunshine. You've been indoors, or, you've been suffering through winter for 4 or 5 months, and get out on the kayak and, for a reason, maybe first time out, yourself of don't start to panic, and again, threat knowledge. Jacket, but people think I can swim. I don't know, why would I need a life jacket? But you get hit in the head, you lose consciousness, or you may be a great swimmer, but in 40-degree water, you need that life jacket. And a lot of times it's too late when they, when they wish they had one.
Yeah, I just want to hop in here and add something also. And, that's just, folks need to understand that, especially if you get caught in a rip current and you get taken, 30, 40, 50 yards offshore through the surf zone, if you're calling out for help, there's a really good chance that nobody's going to hear you because of how inherently loud the surf zone and water really is. So, just use your hands, really try to get someone's attention more or less with your hands versus your mouth.